presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
The NL West is a division full of talent. In the first few weeks of the season, the Padres have witnessed just how tough the competition will be. Tonight, San Diego gets their first glimpse of the 2016 Giants, a team eyeing yet another championship in this and even year. It's another test of the NL West, Padres and Giants. Game 1, next. You are looking at the Willie Mays Plaza outside beautiful AT&T Park in San Francisco. The Padres are here for the first of 3, and Will Myers happy to be here. Red hot 9-game hitting streak coming in at .421 over the last 9 games. And of course, on the other side, Buster Posey has always hit Padres pitching well. I'd say everybody's pitching pretty well. Buster Posey and the Giants here getting ready for this 3-game series on a beautiful night from San Francisco. It's game 1 of a 3-game series between the Padres and the Giants. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo along with Mark Grant. Welcome to Padres baseball. Well, tonight it is Drew Pomeranz on the mound, and Mud, so far he's been the best starter for the Padres this season.
Progress ever since he's gotten the ball, and it started in spring training, so he's got his work cut out for him against these Giants because right now not really a lot is clicking together. They're hoping to get the hitting online tonight. Well, Pomeranz can counter that. When you look at the whiff rate, swings that miss. Look at Drew Pomeranz, 40% of the time, Don. That means when he throws a pitch, they offer and swing. 40% of the time, they are missing. He's got the 2-1 record. Watch for the curveball tonight and the location of the fastball. This ballpark plays pretty fair, so if he is around the strike zone throwing good quality pitches, he could have himself a good outing tonight.
Well, the Padres trying to do big things against the Giants. Unfortunately, they're facing their big 3, and it starts tonight with Madison Bumgarner.
Hey, doesn't mean that they can't get beat. Sure, these guys are good pitchers, and they pitched in big games over the course of their career. Start with Bumgarner and Cueto. He has some trickery in his delivery. And, of course, Jeff Samardzija, the great athlete, he's going to go after the Padres in Game 3. But when you take a look at these starters, it's going to be a dogfight for the hitters for the Padres. And facing Madison Bumgarner, what does he do so well? He's got the above-average fastball. He's not afraid to bury it inside to the right-handed hitters. He's got that cutter/slider that will get guys freezing. But you know what? There's one thing. If he hangs the ball early in the count, he can be crushable. And right now, the mechanics are just a little bit out of whack for Madison Bumgarner, so look for some swings early. This seems to be like a common thread. If there's a pitcher that throws early strikes, these guys can be aggressive in the count early, so see if they swing early.
Yeah, Padres trying to keep it going against Bumgarner here tonight in Game 1 with some pretty big additions coming the Giants' way. Mike and Mark on the other side will walk you through the new additions of the San Francisco Giants after this.
Hey, one of the best curveballs around.
Another curveball right in the sweet spot.
Yeah, chalk up another one. The curveball's been the story of the night.
That breaking ball is wicked tonight.
Welcome back, everyone, to AT&T Park. Well, as you guys just saw, when it comes to the success of Drew Pomerantz, it really is all about that curveball. And I had a chance to talk to some of his teammates about just what makes it so effective.
I'm not sure exactly how he throws it, but whatever he's doing is nasty. I mean, when I'm playing catch with him, I mean, he even tells me it's coming, it's hard to catch.
From what I've seen so far, it's pretty nasty. Last game, he had it going really good and seemed like he could just throw it, and you could tell him it was coming. They still wouldn't hit it.
It's an inconsistent break. You know, one time it'll be, you know, lateral and vertical. One time it'll be extremely vertical as far as, you know, like a clock. You know, it'll be 12-6, and then one time it'll be, you know, 1-7, 2-8. I mean, it varies in shape and size, and I think that's kind of what gives hitters, you know, fits at the plate, is the fact that it's inconsistent and as far as break, and I think that's why they struggle picking it up and making contact with it.
Coming up from San Francisco, will he make it 10? Will Myers goes for a 10-game hit streak. Coming up next, Padres taking on the Giants from San Francisco. Stay tuned.
Padres baseball brought to you by your San Diego Buick and GMC dealers. By Petco, your complete pet store. By Jerome's Furniture, where Jerry's price is the lowest price every day. And by Pinnacle on the Park. Make your new home here. Visit pinnacleonthepark.com for details. Welcome back to beautiful AT&T Park in San Francisco as we get ready for game one of this three-game series. Let's check out the visiting Padres starting nine. It's brought to you by Toyota. John Jay leads it off in center field with Will Myers on a 9-game hitting streak coming in at first base. Matt Kemp is in right field with Melvin Upton Jr. in left. Derek Norris does the catching and bats fifth with Alexei Ramirez at shortstop. Adam Rosales is at third base batting seventh with Jamal Weeks at second batting eighth. And Drew Pomerantz, the pitcher, bats ninth in the Padres starting nine.
Hey, big left-hander Madison Bumgarner on the hill for San Francisco in game one, and his scouting report is brought to you by UC San Diego Health. This left-hander, the fastball, cut, slider, curveball, changeup. He's got dominating stuff. He's dangerous at the plate as well. He's batting eighth tonight, and he's winless at home. So he's tough, especially here at AT&T Park.
You know, Bumgarner coming in with that 1-2 record, ready to deal with John Jay to get it started tonight. Padres beginning a 6-game, 7-day trip. 3 here against the Giants, off day on Thursday, and then 3 against the Dodgers in Los Angeles. And the first pitch of this one is going to miss for ball 1 to Jay. Jay, Myers, and Kemp here in the top of the first inning. Play for Jay to go the other way in the outfield with Denard Span over in left center. That's in there for a strike to even the count of 1-1. Bumgarner, who's accomplished so much at such a young age. He's still just 26 years of age. Already a 3-time world champion. 2010, 2012, and 2014 with the Giants. It's the even years for the Giants, and they're hoping that more of the same of that pattern continues this year.
Yeah, pretty nice hardware for the Gigantes up here in San Francisco, and it's posted out on that wall.
It's an all-star in 13, 14, and 15, Bumgarner. To left field, sending Pagan a step or two to his left to haul it in for out number 1. Let's check out the defense, brought to you by Renovation Realty. Just saw Angel Pagan in left field as we go left to right across the Giants outfield. Denard Span in center, Hunter Pence in right, Matt Duffy at third with Brandon Crawford at short, Joe Panik at second, Brandon Belt at first, and Buster Posey doing the catching for Bumgarner tonight. 1 down here in the first inning, and brings up red hot Will Myers. Some Padres fans here tonight in San Francisco.
Oh yeah, they travel well. We see a lot of the brown and gold up here in the Bay Area, especially a lot of Tony Gwynn jerseys. They know great ones when they see him.
And Will Myers with a 9-game hitting streak, hitting at .421. Quite a stretch during this 9-gamer. Saw the overall numbers at .316 on the year with that 9-game hitting streak, getting all the way up to .316. Myers batting second with Kemp on deck here in the first inning. And the pitch for a strike over the outside corner.
You look at those pitches, 1 through 3, right on the inside corner, knee high, as Matt Kemp waits on deck, hoping for Will Myers to get aboard. You know, we mentioned that there's Death Valley here at AT&T Park. It's 421 in right center field. See if the right-handers can tattoo that part of the diamond. Because if you try to pull Bumgarner, especially goes fastball away, you're going to run into a lot of trouble.
We talk about the 9-gamer for Myers right now. What do you see from him being different than maybe what we saw earlier in the year?
Not pull happy, staying within the strike zone, and wearing out right center field and right field.
Longest Padre hit streak of the year, and taps one down to third base, and Matt Duffy slings it across for out number 2.
Now see that, there's no problem trying to pull that ball because that was a breaking ball down and in. That's a tough ball to try to take the other way. So yeah, you get the free pass. You get the swing hard card when you get that breaking ball middle in. Here it is. Kind of hiding a little bit. See that breaking ball coming in? It's over the heart of the plate. There's nothing wrong with trying to pull that one in my estimation.
Myers retired here, 2 down in the first inning, and brings up Matt Kemp. He's had very good success over the years against the San Francisco Giants, and certainly had lots of opportunity to play them, whether it be with the Dodgers or with the Padres. That's out of the 3 spot and has 5 home runs on the year so far. Bumgarner with a strike right there at the knees.
It looks like that cut fastball. He's got that cut slash slider. See, Giant fans and Padre fans can coexist, right? Have some fun at the ball yard.
Divided here at the moment. This is popped up right side of the infield, sending Brandon Belt into foul ground for out number 3. That'll end the top of the first inning. Padres down in order. The Giants are coming up. Padres down in order in the top of the first inning. The Giants coming up here in the bottom of the first inning. Let's check out their lineup, brought to you by Hyundai. And leading it off, Denard Span, one of the newcomers to the Giants, with Joe Panik at second base, Matt Duffy at third, Buster Posey in the cleanup spot doing the catching, with Hunter Pence, the heart of this team, in right field, Brandon Belt at first, Brandon Crawford at shortstop, and as Mud mentioned earlier, Madison Bumgarner batting eighth in this order, with Angel Pagan out of the 9th spot. Pagan hitting at .353 so far on the season. On the mound tonight for the Padres is Drew Pomeranz.
27-year-old, and progress is his middle name, especially with the last time out. Struck out 10 buccos against the Pirates. That was a nice outing for him, but he's got the good fastball command, down and into righties, and he's aggressive with the curveball. It's not a feel pitch. He grips it, he rips it, he throws it, and he's feeling very confident right now. Hey, a big integral part of this rotation with Tyson Ross down. Somebody's got to pick up the slack. And there's some Padre fans here at AT&T texting some friends at home. Hey, you got to turn on the game. You got to watch the game.
Denard Span standing in and listening to Derek Norris talk about the different curveball action you get from Pomeranz. Not always the same, being part of the key to that curveball. Whether it be 12-6 or at a different angle, he's very effective with it.
The four-finger glove here, something a great trademark, landmark here at AT&T Park.
Just 58 degrees to get it started. Breeze pretty harsh earlier, not so bad now. The flags were kind of pinned here when we arrived, headed out towards the water, but not nearly as bad. Still somewhat of a gust headed out there. It is going to be a chilly night here in San Francisco, as you might imagine, this time of year.
Oh, it's a blanket night. Bring a blanket, bring a hoodie, bring a beanie.
Span at the top of the order at .261 average so far with the Giants. Home plate umpire is Bill Welke, calling the balls and strikes tonight, with DJ Rayburn at first base, Clint Fagan at second, and Vic Carapazza is the umpire at third. Slap foul, and it hangs at 1-2.
You know, Don, there are very few, I would say, and you can agree with me, disagree, but you talk about prototypical leadoff hitters. I think Denard Span falls into the category where he is a natural leadoff hitter, don't you think?
I agree.
And the Giants acquire him, so, you know, this day and age, you need hitters like that.
This day and age, I think there's fewer and fewer prototypical leadoff guys. A two-hopper down to Myers at first, who tags the bag for the first out here in the bottom of the first inning. Let's check out the Padres defensively, brought to you by your San Diego County Ford dealers. Left to right across the outfield, it is Upton Jr., Jay in center with Kemp in right, third to first, Adam Rosales, Alexei Ramirez, Jemiah Weeks, and Will Myers, who just made that play, and Derek Norris back in behind the dish, catching Drew Pomeranz. With one down here in the last half of the first inning, brings up Joe Panik, second baseman for the Giants. So far, San Francisco coming in 2 games under 500 at 9-11, and they're 3.5 games back to begin the day of the Dodgers. No Panic yet. Pardon the pun, with Joe Panik at the plate.
Yeah, that's right.
However, Bruce Bochy and the Giants, they know that this team is going to be very good. It's just April is tough, and so far they've not had much in the way of consistency. This is back up the middle into center field. Base hit here for Joe Panik with one away. Let's take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Okay, here we go. Game 1 of the series. Pomeranz, another Giant performance. Last time out against the Pittsburgh Pirates, 6 2/3. He struck out 10, only one run, no earned runs. And then battle Bumgarner. You know, the Padres recently, I think, have been putting together some good at-bats. Talked to Andy Green before the game, and he said, yeah, I'm happy not with the results, but, the way these guys have been going out at-bats. So carry that over to tonight.
A frustrating stretch for the Padres the last couple of games. It's the St. Louis Cardinals after taking the first game of the series. Dropping the next 2, and yesterday very frustrating after they hung in there for a while yesterday, and the bullpen really had a tough time at the end of yesterday's game. Matt Duffy batting with 1 out and 1 on. Hate to harp on it, but 8 guys on the DL, that's a lot of guys to have on the DL.
Yes, it is. And early in the season, I mean, the thing that I think about is that you don't get a chance to get any continuity or consistency in the lineup, defensively. That's something that those are some things that Andy Green has to juggle.
You're trying to find roles for guys in April. April's such an important part of setting up what you're going to do all year, and you don't have all those pieces at your disposal. Very difficult. And guys here that you probably would not have here until later in the year called up from El Paso.
April's a weird month for baseball.
It is.
It's like you don't know really what to expect. Things are kind of settling.
You don't know what your identity is as a team.
That's true.
I mean, you have, what, 5-6 weeks of spring training, but so rarely during the course of spring training does your entire team, your starting 9, really play together all that often. There's so many guys in camp. There's about 57 guys to begin camp. You don't really get a feel for your team or your teammates until it gets started, and you got to get well into April for that to happen.
So with that said, this is a free pass to Matt Duffy. If you can get out of April at 500 and relatively healthy,
it's a good thing.
I think that's a good thing.
I think it's a really good thing. And even better, you come out of it with a winning record. One down, a walk here to Duffy as runners at first and second. There's trouble. Buster Posey standing in. 266 for Posey in the first 17 games of the year. 2 homers. And 6 runs batted in for Posey. There's good numbers against the Padres, but it's not just the Padres. He's got good numbers against virtually everybody. First inning for Pomerantz. 4th start of the year for Drew Pomerantz. Yeah, that'll drop in there, first strike.
So key to start that sequence of pitches with the off speed for a strike. Hey, he can be pitched to. He's not batting 1,000. Sure, he's a tough out, but he can be pitched to, and believe me, Drew Pomerantz knows all the scouting reports, and they've got a plan against the Giant catcher.
Posey hitting at just .227 against left-handed pitching so far in the year. He'll tap this foul over by the on-deck circle and falls behind 0-2. Doing the bulk of the catching per usual. 17th start so far. He's made a total of 15 as the Padres, or rather the Giants catcher, and made 2 starts at first base. Fights it off foul to the right, a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Well, he's pretty good company over the years. Core batting average, minimum 3,000 plate appearances, and how about that list?
That's impressive. And you know what? I'm not comparing catchers, but remember Johnny Bench back in the day? Where did he end up playing after
the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, where did he end up playing after catching?
First base?
Right.
Yeah. So, and you're seeing more guys do that as Posey strikes out. He knew it and takes with him the first strikeout for Drew Pomerantz.
That is a great sequence and a nice job with runners at first and second to get to 2 outs against a darn good hitter. First pitch breaking ball outside. Second pitch breaking ball in a little bit more. Tough to keep fair. Fishing for the high heater. Freeze piece, frozen pizza. Back to the dugout. Grab some pine, Buster.
2 down, runners at first and second, brings up Hunter Pence. There's a lot of stuff you threw at him.
Yeah, I'm excited. Pomerantz set him up perfectly. You know why? What did I say in our open?
In the air down the right field line and foul. You said a lot of stuff in our open.
It becomes a guessing game at times if Pomerantz gets that breaking ball over for a strike early. Right.
So that's important. It's a key factor for him. If he gets it done, he keeps the hitters guessing all night.
Posey was guessing off speed there, and the fastball was just blown right by him.
And he guessed wrong. Knew it was strike 3, spun out of the box, and what did he do? He gets
feels shame now.
He feels shame?
Yeah. He grabs
2 minutes. 2 down, runners at first and second. Pence down in the count here, 0-1. Take a hack, and he always does. More aggressive swingers.
I was at the cage talking to Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow for Giants batting practice, and Pence just happened to be in there. He literally grunts and swings as hard as he can even during batting practice.
It is maximum effort.
Yes, he leaves it all in the batter's box.
And when he gets it started, forget about trying to stop it. You're not going to need a lot of check swings with him. Bounce in, nicely blocked by Norris.
I mean, it was amazing. I thought it was like maybe just one of those rounds where, okay, there's 2 of the best guys in the game of baseball. Dwayne Kuiper, Captain Kuiper on the left, and Mike Krukow, 20-game winner in 1986 for the Giants. but every single pitch. Grunt.
BP, no less.
Max effort.
That's the way he plays the game. Love the way he plays the game. Batting here with 2 on, 2 outs in the last of the first inning. And this will get away from Norris. Runners will try to move up, and they will. Second straight ball in the dirt. Norris was able to block the first one. This one he blocked, but he kind of got away from him up the first base line and allows Panic to go to third, Duffy to second, and 2 Giants runners get into scoring position.
You see the knuckle curve grip. It bounces out in front of home plate. That ball checks up the other way. And like you said, Don, Derek does everything he can to try to keep it in front of him to get, that's one of those you just get to it and hold on to it. Knuckle curve grip. You see the rotation. Watch it check up the other way and off the right side of his chest protector.
2 down here, second and third now, and Pomeranz able to strike out Pence. That's a big K. Back-to-back Ks, in fact, with 2 men on for the Giants. Pomeranz out of the jam as the Giants threaten but do not score. We're done with 1 without a score from San Fran. Is jam there, right there, gotten out of by Pomeranz. A good first inning for Pomeranz, it turned out. Able to get back-to-back Ks, some impressive hitters too. Posey and Pence back-to-back Ks to get out of that jam in the first.
With the fastball. Froze Posey. Hunter Pence chases out of the zone.
Melvin Upton Jr. leading it off here with Derek Norris and Alexei Ramirez to follow in the second. A half swing there, changed his mind in the middle and fouls it off. What makes Madison Bumgarner so hard to face?
My goodness, Don, where do I start? Well, with that delivery, he kind of comes like a sidewinding delivery. It's a low 3/4. Remember Randy Johnson? Kind of the same deal. He kind of hides the ball as well, but it's burying the fastball, the breaking ball in because that little cutter he's got as well. Let's see if he throws it here. So, that's a straight fastball. Now, let's say he throws that fastball for a strike on the inner half. Now he has that cutter out of the hand. You think it's a straight fastball, and then it breaks in as a cutter. I mean, all bets are off. He's got to hang it, and they've got to be aggressive to get that bat head out in front to counter that. And then the guy comes right after. He's just, he's like a bull. He's fearless.
Seems like he brings it to another level when he gets to the postseason, too.
Fastball away here.
And it misses, ball 4, and Upton Jr. will head on down to first base. First base runner of the night for the Padres. Well, it's time now for the Quicken Loans Rocket Arms.
Talk about Madison Bumgarner and his repertoire. In the toolbox, he's got the fastball, the cutter, the curveball, and the changeup. Very few times he throws that changeup. He really doesn't have to. It's kind of like a look-see pitch, just to give him a different look. That's the pitch selection so far early on this year in 2016 for the left-hander.
Upton Jr. at first base. Good size lead over there as Belt holds him on, and Derek Norris will take the strike.
Not only the stuff, Don, but also he throws across his body, and that ball kind of jumps up on you quickly. I mean, he goes from the third base side of that rubber, and his landing spot is on the first base side of the rubber.
So there's some deception involved
yes,
as well.
Absolutely.
Sounded like a foul tip there, and the ball in the dirt, and it's 0-2 to Norris. Got a feel for Norris lately because he has been hitting some bullets, but they've been going right at people.
At him balls.
And he's got nothing to show for it lately. The average down to 158 for Derek Norris. But if you're Derek Norris, you got to feel pretty good about yourself because you're making good contact.
See, that's the thing. Between the years, you have to keep the confidence and not change a thing.
We'll take a hack here, pop it up foul ground. Brandon Belt headed over towards the seats, and the short fencing, he'll make the catch. Right at the fence, and then ended up having to come back towards the playing surface to reel it in, had more room. And that's knowing your own ballpark right there for the first out.
Yeah, and the wind may have aided this ball a little bit. Flash look, feels the track, just like an outfielder, feels the railing, plenty of room. That ball comes back towards the infield, and he squeezes it for the out. And did you also notice what Joe Panik was doing? Backing up.
Absolutely, right there
in case that ball bounces out of the glove.
One down, Melvin Upton Jr. at first base. Alexei Ramirez, the Padres shortstop, standing in.
Back.
Nice first base coach work right there. Natural.
I still can't get that part of the player out of me. You're sitting on the bench as a starter, right? You're watching.
Back.
Yeah, back. Yeah.
Talking with Tarek Brock the other day, the real first base coach of the Padres, not Mark Grant. And he was talking about things that he does. You know, I think a lot of people know what a pitching coach does. A lot of people know what a hitting coach does, manager. But the first base coach has a lot more responsibilities than I think people realize.
Yeah, it's just not giving him the green light to go to second base.
He's not yelling back either.
Right.
And he's working a lot with the outfielders, and he has done a terrific job with Melvin Upton Jr., who has done a lot on his own, obviously, the natural ability that he has as an outfielder. But a guy who's gone from being a center fielder primarily in his entire career to a very good left fielder. And Tarek Brock's been doing a lot of that work with him, former outfielder in his own right. But knowing the pitcher's moves across the league and studying everybody for the base runners, telling them what they can expect, what to look for. And that's knowing a lot of pitchers across the league. He said he spends most of his time studying pitchers and their moves to help the guys at first base.
There's a lot of video to watch.
Oh, it's tons. Endless. In the air to left field, hit well down the line. Pagan headed towards the corner. Will it stay fair? And it will not. Bending foul down that left field line. Pretty good bid, though, by Alexei Ramirez, who's still in search of his first Padres home run.
Out in front of that one, just a little bit too much. Watch him catch it out in front. Looks like a high cutter or high fastball. Let's see, out of the hand. Yeah, look like a little cutter. See that like sideways rotation on it? I love the slow-mo cam there.
Slows everything down.
Yeah.
It's really,
it's really cool, isn't it?
It's so awesome. The pitch outside. You know, it's exactly what it says it is. You know? And you see it really slow.
Slowly. You add an LY onto the end of that. See, now here's the perfect situation where he can go down and in. See the pitches? 1, 2, and 4 have been away. So he's kind of got him leaning that way a little bit.
Adam Rosales waiting on deck with Upton at first. One down here in the second inning.
It looks like he's going to try to backdoor a slider right here. There it is.
Popped up foul again. Belt heading over again. This time he will run out of room. Back into the seats. Ramirez and his battle continues with a count here of 2-2.
How fun has it been to watch Alexei play shortstop?
I'm enjoying it.
It's really fun to watch.
You know, some people wondered, you get later in your career, that type of position. He's played it a long time. The Chicago White Sox, before coming to the Padres, had he lost a step, and it was clear early on in spring training he has not lost a step at shortstop.
You know what's impressed me? Going to his right into the hole, the 5.5 hole, and then making up the difference with the hose.
Yep.
Speaking of that hole, they're kind of shifting over towards the left side there on the infield. Joe Panik is over towards that second base bag.
Another foul off to the right out of play, and if nothing else, driving up this pitch count for Bumgarner in the inning. A good battle here by Alexei. The big crowd on hand here in San Francisco. Saw it all spring training long. The Giants fan filling up the ballpark during the spring, and of course doing it here, hoping for that even year pattern to continue for the Giants. Fouled off at the plate, off himself. And it hangs here at 2-2. Already got that protective guard on the inseam of the leg. Looks like got it somewhere else.
He may have broken that shillelagh as well. He's got that protector on his lead foot on the left shin. Let's see where this hits him. Oh, off the right thigh above the knee.
Wow, very high. Third base umpire Vic Carapaz is walking down the left field
He's quitting.
line.
He's going home. He's had enough.
He's had enough. He's bored with this game.
Yeah, I'm going home.
Not sure. Not sure what he's got going here, but he's talking to one of the officials who is seated on the field down the left field line. Any idea?
I can't answer
You got
that.
nothing.
I got nothing. Oh, he's coming back now. He's changed his mind. He said, I got nothing else to do. I might as well umpire a game.
Not sure what that was about.
Yeah.
Let's say climbing back in the box here with the count of 2-2, one down, and Upton at first base.
He's going to go with the slider again here, it looks like.
Swing and a miss. It's by Ramirez. First strikeout for Madison Bumgarner.
Time now for the tools of the trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks. Going to talk about Madison Bumgarner. This is his last start against the Diamondbacks. Now check this out. Pinpoint control, hence the strikeout, down and away. How about down and away to the left-hander, okay? How important is it to keep hitting those spots? Well, when you make a mistake, look at, he wanted to bury it down and in. Yasmani Tomas turns on the mistake. That is a home run, and that's what the Padres have to do. They have to punish the mistakes if they get them out of the hand of Bumgarner tonight.
Now he's trying to work his way around a leadoff walk to Melvin Upton Jr. After the walk, you get Norris to foul out, strikes out Alexei Ramirez. It's a long battle, and now Adam Rosales running out of the 7th spot for the Padres.
Hey, watch for the snap throw down to first base.
Posey not afraid to throw it around.
Yeah.
We were talking about catchers that have moved to first base. I think Joe Mauer is a good example.
Good
I think
example.
All the wear and tear the catchers take, it just seems to make sense that such a big part of your team that the day in and day out being nicked up all the time as a catcher is pretty tough.
I don't see how guys do it, quite frankly.
No.
It's amazing. And then you got to go swing the lumber.
Yeah, on top of that.
And it gets hot, humid. Wearing that gear.
I always hear that it takes longer for a catcher to develop than any other position on the field. I mean, you think about guys that come through the minor leagues and get to the majors, and how long it takes to be a good catcher, and what goes into being a good catcher, and how much thinking they got to do on top of that. That's why so many become managers later on. Swing and a miss. Bumgarner with back-to-back Ks gets Ramirez and Rosales to wrap up the top of the second. No score.
Very challenging, especially in right field. You know, they got the underpath where actually like there's a fence, and where the fans are, that the wind can come up underneath and it comes over and it's just swirling. It's doing all kinds of craziness. It's always windy. You know, I wear contacts. The wind dries out my contacts. It's tough.
That's Matt Kemp, who is no stranger here to AT&T Park, describing some of the challenges that the outfield presents. Also in the same boat when it comes to the contact struggle, that would be Melvin Upton Jr., saying that he's going to keep his solution on hand.
I'm wearing contacts. I feel okay so far. But then again, I'm not out on the field.
I've got the glasses working, so I don't have to worry about that.
Did you have trouble playing here?
I played a candlestick.
No, but I mean in San Francisco in general. I mean, the same elements kind of apply.
You know what? I kind of liked, well, there's a couple of factors. One is, when I was with the Giants, Roger Craig was our manager, so he let the grass grow a lot in the infield for be a sinker ball or split finger. But, you know, I didn't mind that. I always put it in my mind that the hitters hated to hit there, so I tried to take advantage of it because it was cold and windy. And as a pitcher, you should enjoy that, right?
And it was cold and windy in June and July too.
Yes,
I mean, it doesn't really change, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
remember what Mark Twain said?
No,
the coldest winter he ever spent was the summer he spent in San Francisco. Sorry about being well-rounded and knowledgeable.
Brandon Belt leading it off here in the bottom of the second inning, and he takes a hack and fouls it off to the left. Shift on here for Brandon Belt.
Yeah, we got the rover in shallow right field. And when you look at the hits, percentage of hits for Brandon Belt, 16% on the right side. And look at, you can see that the fielder is on the 16 part and then a little bit on the 7 part right there. But, you know, you consider range, you equate range into that, and then 14% in the outfield. And that's where that piece of the pie is covering.
So not only are they in the shift here, but they're really in the even more of a pull shift, I'll call it, with Jamal Weeks over towards the line in short right field. So he's not just in short right, but he's way over towards first base.
Yeah.
.279 average for Belt coming in, 3 home runs. And he'll lift the fly ball down the left field line. Alexei Ramirez running into foul ground, and Upton headed over too, and neither will have a chance, landing on the tarp.
With the shift, that's a long run.
It is. We saw Alexei make a great catch over the weekend against the Cardinals in that same situation. Only fielder on the left side of the infield. It wasn't just this weekend, it was yesterday against the Cardinals, and he was in the shift, as were the Padres, able to make the backhanded grab.
16 strides and just hanging on for the big out.
Payoff pitch will miss, and down to first base, a leadoff walk goes Brandon Belt. Second free pass served up by Drew Pomerantz on the night. Last inning, Bumgarner working around a leadoff walk to Upton Jr. We'll see if Pomerantz can do the same.
You know, a lot of this game is between the ears. We all know that, psychological. And when, you know, everybody, especially being a pitcher, you hate the leadoff walks. But you have to convince yourself, I need to throw one quality pitch and I can get 2 outs here. Rather than saying, okay, well, I need the strikeout or I need a pop up on the infield. Hey, make him put the ball in play by throwing a good quality pitch.
Pitch there for strike 1 to Brandon Crawford.
And it looks like the outfield here, Don, is pretty much straight away. John Jay just maybe a couple steps on the first base side at second base. Middle infielders at double play depth, and then Adam Rosales way off the line at third. Nice. That is paint. He's got the number 2 camel hair paintbrush out, painting that outside corner. Look at this pinpoint control. Be very aggressive and sticks it right on the outside corner.
Now with that walking lead at first base, held on by Myers. He missed by a lot.
You know, when you've got the number 2 camel hair, it's a very fine tip, right?
It's the thinnest of the brushes.
So if a pitcher's out there using like a 2-inch nap roller, what does that mean?
It's not as good.
He's all over the place. I mean, he's throwing paint. He's got no clue.
Just the corner you're looking for,
right.
Just an edge.
Exactly.
Oh, fouls that one off Norris. Let me ask you this. I have not had the chance to do a lot of games here. I've done probably maybe 4 or 5 series here over the years, but is there a difference day to night here as far as ball traveling?
I think it travels better during the day.
Yep. So
I think this park plays really fair, but I think during the day it leans a little bit more towards the hitters, depending on which way the wind is going to blow. But I think it will travel a little better during the day.
Breeze blowing out towards the water tonight in right.
See, and that's the thing. Those flags will change direction.
Yep, kind of slow.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah. See the breeze as it was.
Well, actually, you don't see the
early.
breeze. You see the flags. You can't see the breeze now.
You see the reaction of the breeze. Swing and a miss. Good elevation right there by Pomerantz. Climbed the ladder and picks up his 3rd K as he gets Brandon Crawford.
Hey, remember Hunter Pence to end the 1st inning? What did he do? He chased a high fastball out of the zone. Same thing here to Brandon Crawford. High fastball can't hold up. That's a big out.
So 1 on, 1 out. Madison Bumgarner, pretty good hitter for a pitcher, no doubt. He bats 8th in the order for Bruce Bochy. 184 average. 2 for 8 this year. Has a home run. Pomerantz, who expect that curveball sometimes in key situations, but it's been the fastball. He surprised some Giants with it.
What's going on with the landscaping?
I don't know. A lot of digging in going on.
Yeah.
A lot of cleanup. Didn't like the batter's box when he arrived. He's all set now. Comfortable. Tried to hold up. Didn't go. I told you about the home run. It wasn't against just anybody. How about Clayton Kershaw?
Fastball in. He spun on it. And you can see Kershaw's reaction. You just can't lay back and sit back and think that you're just going to throw it over the plate and get this kid out.
No check swing. Did not offer. And is ahead in the count against Pomerantz. And the breaking ball dropping in there for a strike. His career home runs as a pitcher has 12. Manny Gallardo right there with him.
Nice curveball.
Pomerantz coming in with a 2-1 mark, a nifty 2.04 earned run average. And his 4th start of the year for the Padres. You can make an argument that he has been the best Padres starter on the year. Vying for a spot in the rotation from the get-go in spring training. Was among those 3 or 4 names that we heard all spring training, trying to get one of those spots. And so far, as you get towards the end of April, he has been the best. Trying to keep you going against a very good Giants team tonight.
I'm betting another curveball right here.
Swinging a foul tip. Walked Brandon Belt to begin the inning. Struck out Brandon Crawford. Dealing with the opposing pitcher, who is a good hitter. Ahead of him, 1-2. Bumgarner.
Yes, he did.
Thought about it, but apparently not even going to check.
Oh, I thought he went.
He flinched. I don't know if he entirely went.
Well, let's take a look.
Let's get a look. I think he was able to hold up.
Yeah.
You disagree, I can tell.
Doesn't take much for me.
This will get away. Clanked off the glove of Norris, and up to second base goes Bell. Not sure if he got crossed up there or what. Just
you know what? The reason why I don't believe it was a cross up, no runner on second base. I think it was just one of those to where I don't know whether it had some late movement on it or what, but it just hit the heel of the glove. It looked like from Derek Norris. Okay, he's set up inside. He's anticipating it. He just didn't squeeze it.
So it is a pass ball that allows Bell to get to second base.
Looked like a little cut fastball and just got it on the thumb.
In there for strike 3. Bumgarner is frozen on it. And that is back-to-back Ks now for Pomerantz, and 4-all.
Well, the most strikeouts through the first 3 starts of the season in Padres history. We all know about Jake Peavy and the stuff that he had. And look at Drew Pomeranz joining the A-Train. Andy Bennis back in 1991, and our own James Shields last year with 24.
So 2 down, Brandon Belt at second base. Angel Pagan standing in on the right side. Pagan batting out of the 9 spot, hitting at .333. Wild swing and a miss.
Looks like Drew Pomeranz left Uncle Charlie on the pass list tonight.
Did you leave anybody on the pass list on a regular basis?
I did not.
No.
No. Oh, you mean as a pitcher?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Backup third.
What do you want? Catch up us or run? I'll be back for the main event.
Pagan, this one will get away, kicks off Norris, and at third base goes Brandon Belt. So a pass ball got him to second. We'll see if this will be a wild pitch that gets him to third after the leadoff walk. And it is a wild pitch. So moving around the bases here is Brandon Belt, now 90 feet away.
See the spike curveball grip? Okay, and that's one of the things you have to deal with if a pitcher wants to bury a curveball off the thumb, off the chest. Exit stage right.
Now no room for error here for Pomeranz. Pagan sends it towards the gap in left center field. On the move is Jay. Won't get there. Drops in. Run scores. An RBI single out to center field for Pagan. Scores Brandon Belt from third base. And the Giants jump on top 1-0. Well, you get Pagan batting out of the 9 spot as it works out, and the pitcher batting in the A spot, and Pagan drives in the game's first run.
Cutter in, and Pagan is quick to this baseball, but when you look at the way the Padres were playing defensively, John Jay over on the first base side of second base, so that ball wasn't scalded by any means, but a long run for John Jay. It hung up there and then dropped in on that cut fastball.
Now Denard Span, second time through for Pomeranz. Take a look at the way that run scored. A leadoff walk to Brandon Belt. Took second on the pass ball, third on a wild pitch, and then scored on the single by Pagan. And the Giants have a 1-0 advantage. Missing with the fastball up at 91 miles an hour. There's Bochy and the Giants off to a slow start, 9-11 to begin the year. They're just 5-6 here at home at AT&T Park, 4-5 on the road. One-0. That's a strike, and it's 1-1 now.
Got a chance to talk to the Giants skipper before the game, and he said just that. He goes, you know, everything's, you know, if we're not doing this, if we're doing this, we're not doing that, and vice versa. Just, you know, to get everything going at once. And once again, we said it's April.
And the starters didn't look good for a while. Then the offense was quiet. Just haven't got it all together so far. Tough to do too. You get a lot of different start times during the course of the first month of the year. Trying to settle into a regular routine. Been the same thing for the Padres and Andy Green. Two-one pitch. He was going to miss off the plate. Close pitch, so it could have gone either way. Pomeranz certainly wanted it. He's up to 47 pitches now through an inning and 2/3. He's had to work hard here in the second inning.
Big pitch right here. Hitters count 3-1.
Runner goes, and Span swings away and fouls it off to the left.
Follow the Padres Baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
2 down. Pagan at first was running last time. We'll see what he does here. Goes again on 3-2, obviously. Fouled off to the left, out of play. He'll be running again here with 2 outs in the inning. Pagan with an RBI single has given the Giants a 1-0 advantage here in inning number 2 from AT&T Park in San Francisco. Pitch 50 coming up for Drew Pomeranz. Through 21 in the first inning. On the ground towards Ramirez. Got to go to first. The runner had taken off, and that will end the inning. But the Giants grab the game's first run. San Francisco on top 1-0. Greater than ever. For now, Cuba remains one country that's outside its reach. Don't miss our special documentary, Cuba, Baseball's Final Frontier, tonight after Padres Live and the postgame show. I am very much looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
We have seen some clips from that over the last week or two, and looks like it's going to be a great show. Looking forward to it tonight. As Jamal Weeks leads it off, Padres trailing in the game 1-0 now. Bumgarner has 2 strikeouts, allowed a walk, has not given up a base hit yet. And picks up that outside corner on Jamal Weeks.
You know, one thing I just noticed about Bumgarner is that he's staying over the rubber nicely. You know, you took a look at the numbers up to this start. Innings 1 through 2, the average.
Pretty tough.
Slugging percentage, right. But innings 3 through 4.
Now's the time. In the air to right field, down the line, long run for Hunter Pence, over and loses track of it. Ends up behind him and at fair ground, heading for second base. Head first slide goes Weeks. Hunter Pence, don't see that too often. Took the wrong route and then looked up and couldn't find the baseball. Ended up landing behind him and in fair ground. Took his eye off the ball, running over and just misplayed that.
Big time overrun. Then all of a sudden he has to readjust. Wow.
It's like he was running to an area and then looked up and misjudged where that was headed. How well it was hit.
Sprinting towards the line. Now, I don't know whether he was going so hard, and then when he took his eyes off, then the ball started to drift towards the line a little bit. But wow.
Now Pomeranz drops the bunt down. Bumgarner took a look towards third, but spins and gets the shore out at first, and the sacrifice gets Jamal Weeks to third base. So 1-4 on the sacrifice. Nicely done there by Pomeranz to get it down, and now Weeks 90 feet away.
You know what I like about that? He got it done quickly. First pitch, right?
Yes.
None of this foul off, and then you work the count, you get the 2 strikes, then
get it done, go sit down, and get ready to pitch again. John Jay Flied out to left field in the first inning. Gets his second look at Madison Bumgarner. In at the corners here. In fact, Belt standing on the grass at first base. Ruled a double for Jamal Weeks, so the first hit allowed tonight by Bumgarner. Ball misplayed in right by Hunter Pence. Padres trying to take advantage of it. Here's a ground ball, and by the dive of the shortstop Crawford, that will score Weeks, and the Padres tie the game 1-1. Nicely done. They do take advantage of the misplay by Pence in right. They get Weeks in a scoring position, and John Jay drives him in.
I was just about to mention before that pitch, just a little game of pepper to one of the middle infielders, and the Giants would concede the run. They were in at the corners, lefty on lefty, looks like a cutter that catches too much to the plate, and a nice sharply hit ground ball to the left side to score that run. That's good at bat by John Jay.
Gets the job done, picks up his 9th RBI. Padres tie the game 1-1. Now Will Myers standing in. Myers grounded out to the third baseman Matt Duffy in the first inning.
Well, that looks like a curveball that Madison Bumgarner broke out first pitch.
You saw the numbers in the third and fourth innings against him. You wonder if he is switching things up here.
Slider.
Second time through the lineup. Oh, look at the base hit by Jay.
That was well past Crawford at short.
Sharply hit. Will Myers with the 9-gamer coming in, hitting at .421 along the way. Longest active hit streak. He's third in that category. Eric Hosmer, the Kansas City Royals, riding a 14-gamer. Yasmani Tomas of the Diamondbacks is the longest Padres streak of the year. As you said earlier, Myers doing it to all fields, really. Lead at first for John Jay with 1 out. See if the Padres keep the pressure on. Strike called over the outside corner. Beginning of a 6-game, 7-day road trip for the Padres. 3 here in San Francisco. Off day Thursday spent in Los Angeles. Then 3 with the Dodgers. And back in National League West. First of 3 visits, of course, to either of these venues on this trip. 19 games between the Padres and Giants.
Yeah, it's one of those trips, Don, where you have to try to maintain, or obviously, play good baseball to have a 500 road trip or above. Because you know as well as anybody, when playing in the division and you lose those games, man,
huge.
That GB column in the standings, that stands for
games back.
Games back. There it is.
Cardinals were in, of course, and before that, the Pirates. So playing outside the division the last week at home as part of the last homestand. Myers batting with John Jay at first. 1 out, a run in for San Diego here in the 3rd inning.
See if he goes at first. Nope.
Myers taking a hack and fouls it off to the right.
Twins?
Warriors fans here.
Shouldn't they be Minnesota Twins fans? Oh, look at them work. That's awesome.
Line into center field for Will Myers. Heading for second, and stopping there is John Jay on the base hit by Will Myers. And the Padres put together 3 hits and so far a run off Madison Bumgarner here in the 3rd inning.
That ball was smoked.
Another hard hit ball.
Yes, that ball was crushed up the middle. The line drive. Let's check it out. Fastball. May have had a little bit of cut to it. Gosh,
Making a 10-gamer too for Will.
Yes, absolutely. And I just look at Will Myers, and just the ceiling is so high for him. You look at his physique, you look at his build, you look at that swing, you look at the pop. Right?
He's got it all going on right now, and he had no success against Bumgarner in the past with a ground out in third his first time up. 0 for 12 in his career against Bumgarner, but now he's got himself a base hit. Padres get something going, and who better to have up here? Matt Kemp, who has enjoyed his career.
And these are the guys
the Giants.
Yeah, these are the guys that are supposed to do the damage, right?
Right here.
A couple of base runners and veteran Matt Kemp up there.
In the air to center field. Denard Span going back, still going. It'll take him to the track in front of the 399 mark and makes the catch. Tagging at second and going to third is Jay, as Kemp gives it a ride about as deeply as he can into center. At the 399 marker, Denard Span hauls it in.
Elevated fastball. The wind right now as we speak is blowing straight out. He's got his hand extended. He times it. Would not have been a home run. Would have stayed in the ballpark, but still great concentration. And Matt Kemp can only laugh about it and smile about it.
Off the bat, he had to feel pretty good about it. He is out, number 2, a loud out. Able to tag up, move to third was Jay, so first and third. And here's Upton, who takes a pitch up. He walked in the second. The only free pass served up by Bumgarner so far in this game.
You know, as a hitter, you know whether you got it. As far as like, they might have that little bit of vibration to where you get in on it, or maybe too quickly to the ball out of the end. Gonna have to ask Matt maybe after the game or tomorrow. Hey, was that one that you thought you got?
Cut there by Upton, but it's fouled straight back.
Because they get a darn good feel. I mean, they've swung the bat so many times that they know when they square it up and they get it.
Kemp has gotten it 5 times this year and thought he may have had his 6th, but not to be. Denard Span back there to make the catch.
A good secondary lead at first base for Will Myers. A ball in the dirt, try to get in the scoring position.
Some good at bats tonight for the Padres against Bumgarner.
Absolutely.
In deep in accounts, good hitters counts. Making him work here in the third. There was by Upton Jr. Melvin turning and asking Bill Welke if that was a strike that he just swung at. Derek Norris waiting on deck, batting out of the 5 spot tonight for the Padres. Pitch 50 coming up for Bumgarner.
Here comes the backdoor slider.
And it'll work for strike 3. Third strikeout for Bumgarner. Well, Jamal Weeks able to get on with a double. Ball misplayed by Hunter Pence out in right field. He'd come around to score. John Jay drives him in, ties the game 1-1. memorable moment. It's in Padres history, and it's brought to you by Geico. On this day 30 years ago, Padres pitcher Craig Lefferts hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 12th inning against the Giants reliever Craig Minton. Today, it still remains the last time a Major League pitcher hit a walk-off home run. It ended up being 9-8, final in 12. It was April the 25th of 1986. The Giants had scored twice in the top of the 9th inning off Goose Gossage. Set all that up as Joe Panik leads it off here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Bottom of the 12th inning, Nettles homered. After Gary Templeton grounded out, Lefferts hit that walk-off home run.
I'll tell you what, I got bad hack on Lefferts, but great result.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not saying he went Bernie Carbo on him, but I mean, any pitcher that hits a home run, it's
impressive.
It is impressive, and that's something you could, you know, it's on the back of your baseball card.
Okay, forgive me for not knowing this, and I probably should. You know, you work with somebody, you should probably look up their resume and figure out what it is that they've accomplished. I know you were a 20-game winner. I know that it took a number of years to become a 20-game winner, as we see that Bernie Carbo hack that you referred to.
Front foot hitting Craig Lefferts going yard off Moonman Minton.
Moonman Minton?
Yeah, Craig Minton, his nickname is Moonman. Mooney.
That's a strike over the outside corner. But what I don't know is how many home runs you hit in your career. Honestly, I'm not.
I have to laugh. You're serious.
I'm dead serious. I don't know the answer to this.
I had 7 hits in my big league career. I think 7, and they were all singles.
So you never hit a home run?
I never had extra base power.
You would have a double. Swing and a miss here, and a good start to the 3rd inning for Pomeranz. It's 5 Ks now for Pomeranz.
After one of those games, I hit the single. I had a double, but that was after the game.
Not at the ballpark.
No. Big breaking ball. That's been the story of the night for Drew Pomeranz.
So I'm sorry if I don't know if I've opened up some sort of wound here. I've opened up something that is upsetting to you. I don't know.
I've accepted
I just didn't know.
And that's what therapy does. It gets you through things like that.
Whole team of psychiatrists.
Right.
One out, not Duffy. Line this to left. They're planning for him to go the other way. Upton moves over and cuts it off. Duffy's thinking 2. Here goes the throw to second. It'll be close. He will be very out. Nice play by Upton to get there so quickly. He was coming from left center field, and he gets it back in a hurry and guns down Duffy at second base.
What a spectacular play by Melvin Upton Jr. They were bunching him in that left center field gap. John Jay and Melvin Upton Jr. Now, look at this from the warning track and a crow hop. On the fly, you betcha. Gets him on the tag. Hey, you know what? You got to make contact, right? Because with the challenge system now.
Yep.
Yeah. Roll the dice there, Melvin Upton Jr. Yeah, coming up 7 on the come out. Pay the line.
That is awesome. 2 down here in the 3rd. And Buster Posey batting. You know, the ball got there so ahead of Duffy. You got to worry about him eluding the tag.
Yeah.
And Weeks did a good job of trying to find him. He waiting there at the bag for him to arrive.
You know what? Credit Jamal. That's a good point. Nowadays, it's not that, you know, you put if the ball beats the runner, he's automatically out. Not like the old days. Now you've got to make contact. So credit Jamal for, you know, finding him and tagging him before he touched the bag.
Guys have gotten so creative at eluding the tag, sliding to the outfield side, doing whatever they can to get away. And sometimes they do. He's already got the ball.
Yeah. See, and he was trying to avoid him.
Doing whatever he can, changing legs, whatever, on the way in. I got to be honest, when I looked up and I saw him head towards second base, I looked out towards Upton. And he hadn't thrown the ball yet, and then he threw that strike to second base. That was impressive. All those years in center field for Melvin Upton Jr., and now he's in left.
3 heavy on the left-hand side.
Yeah, stacking it up here, shifting.
Was that a changeup? Kind of a weird swing from Posey. Looked like one of the few changeups that Pomeranz has thrown tonight. Well, the second time around, you don't want to fall into a pattern. He chased a fastball.
They're shifting no longer now. 2 strikes on the batter.
Yeah, a little bit more defensive swing, so they're moving that defender on the other side.
Left side, Alexei for the out that ends the 3rd inning. Impressive throw by Melvin Upton Jr. in left field. Great play by Melvin Upton Jr. Cuts down Matt Duffy. Play 3, tied at 1 from San Fran. Of the game, and they are fans here. Lots of Padres fans at AT&T Park in San Francisco.
Oh yeah, be loud, be proud. We're the SD.
And they are throughout the ballpark. Some as we were coming in here tonight outside the ballpark. What a great venue this is.
I like how close we are to the fans from our booth.
Yep, very close. Great crowd on hand here tonight for the first of 3. And a good ball game so far. Tied up 1-1. Into the 4th inning we go. Derek Norris, Alexei Ramirez, Adam Rosales. Norris fouled out to Brandon Belt, first baseman, who made a nice catch by the short wall and the photographer's well beyond the Padres dugout, first base side. Norris getting his second look at Bumgarner.
With that backdoor slider, that backdoor cutter seems to be the pitch du jour for Madison Bumgarner.
Seen a lot of them.
Yeah. And then he'll get that fastball in on the fists. Here comes a fastball away.
Norris not chasing. Play about straight up on the Padres catcher. He has done the bulk of the work. We saw Christian Bethancourt catch yesterday, day game after the night game, and the finale of the series against the Cardinals. Norris cranks it foul off to the right. This is only our 3rd game together, and I'm noticing that you have a lot of stuff. And one of the things you have is Blistex. You like to use that a lot.
Well, you got to keep the soup coolers supple.
Go to it a couple times a game.
Yeah, especially here, it's windy, it's cool. Dry cracked lips are not fun.
Strike 3. Norris frozen there. That was nasty. He takes it, and that's strikeout number 4 from Bumgarner. Let's check in with Julie.
Well, guys, after tonight's post-game show, Padres Live, we will air the documentary Cuba, baseball's final frontier. And I was talking to Alexei Ramirez through the interpreter and asked him what he recalled about his trip to Cuba on the MLB Goodwill Tour last year. And he said it was the most important moment of my life. And to not have been around for his family, accounting for all the time lost, he said he'll back, but just being there around his family was unbelievable. And he said it's really the first big step for Major League Baseball to go there. And then, of course, the Tampa Bay game against Cuba earlier this year. He said it all benefits baseball in general.
Well, tonight I'm going to be looking forward to watching that after the post-game show. And you know, Andy Green, when that game was going on, the Tampa Bay Rays, of course, playing in Cuba, and Andy Green allowed him that day. Games had not yet started in the Cactus League schedule. It was workouts every day. And he decided that he would let Alexei go back into the clubhouse and watch that take place. That game go on TV, and he did not have to participate in workouts that day because he knew how important it was to him to see. And he thought it was pretty cool that he had the chance to do that. Alexei certainly appreciated it. Watch the entire game from the Padres clubhouse area in Peoria. Swing and a miss, chasing that, and Bumgarner getting nastier as this game goes on, settling in back-to-back Ks here to open up the top of the 4th inning.
Looks like he's incorporated the bigger breaking ball as well. That was the curveball in the dirt to Alexei Ramirez. We've talked about the cutter, the backdoor slider, and this has got more of a low 3/4 arm angle. It was at 74 miles an hour off the plate right into the glove of Posey. Well, that looked like a curveball rather than the hard slider.
3 strikeouts in a row now for Bumgarner. Closed the 3rd with a K of Upton Jr. It's Norris and Ramirez. Strike 1 to Rosales.
Boy, when Madison Bumgarner gets help like that, it's going to be a tough night at the plate.
He doesn't need it.
No, you're absolutely right.
But it's amazing reputation. You get stuff, right? I mean,
absolutely.
If you're Madison Bumgarner,
sure.
I expect you to be around the strike zone, and sometimes even when you're not. Rosales to watch that pick up the outside corner. He shakes his head. He finds himself in the hole, 1-2.
Now you got a battle. He can go in off the plate. He can go up and away with the fastball.
A lot of options.
Here comes the slider down and in.
Rosales dribbles it down the third baseline. If it stays fair, it's a base hit.
That's a beautiful thing.
It's fair and it's a base hit. Good for Rosales.
You know what that is? That's a big league knock.
Yes, it is. Box score will be a line drive. Didn't go very far. Didn't need to.
You have to battle. You have to fight it off. If you get jammed, so be it. If it's off the end of the bat, take your chances. It was a slider down and in, and you could not have placed that ball any better.
Could have rolled it better.
Yeah.
Just died there. Nothing Matt Duffy could do with it. Third baseman coming in, waiting, watching. So a base runner with 2 down for the Padres, and Jemile Weeks. His double got it started in the 3rd inning for San Diego. Morris struck out to begin the inning. Ramirez struck out. Rosales with the infield hit. There's a strike to Weeks. Bumgarner coming into this game with a 1-2 record, a 3.91 earned run average. 5th start. Last year an 18-game winner. Finished the year 18-9. ERA under 3. It's out by Weeks.
We always talk about consistency in this game of baseball, right, Don? 5 consecutive seasons for Bumgarner in the double-digit win column.
13, 16, 13.
All the 5 years he's had full years since 2011, double digits.
Yep. Car foul back to the screen. Back-to-back 18-win seasons.
You remember that year in 2010, he had 14 starts in Fresno, and then 18 starts with San Francisco in 2010. But his first full year, 2011 and beyond, double digits.
And even in that 2010 year, ended up logging 111 innings. The big leagues that year, 7-6. The ERA is under 3 each of the last 3 seasons. 2.77, 2.98, 2.93. How about his World Series record?
Oh, it's like a man amongst boys, isn't it?
4-0, 0.25. Is that good?
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Jemile Weeks down on strikes. The Padres. Well, he strikes out the side. That's 6 strikeouts now for Bumgarner. This game is tied 1-1 after 3.5. Bumgarner starting to get it going. All right, Mike, thanks very much. We play into the bottom of the 4th inning. And it is Hunter Pence, Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford to face Drew Pomeranz. 63 pitches deep into his outing. Pence getting his second look at Pomeranz. And taking the strike.
Looks like a changeup, breaking it out. Second time around against Hunter Pence. Remember last time struck him out in the first inning with that high fastball.
One of 5 Ks for Pomeranz on the night.
Nice little hitting streak as well. 3-game, modest 3-game hitting streak, hitting .417 during that time for Hunter Pence.
That's looking to atone for a misplay out in the outfield. A misplayed ball turned into a double for Jemile Weeks, who would eventually score to tie the game. Giants getting their run in the second. Padres with their run in the third. And Giants able to get it on an RBI single by Angel Pagan. Pence hits it in the air to left, down the line. Upton Jr. towards the corner. It is gone. Home run for Hunter Pence. His 4th of the year puts the Giants on top 2-1.
Well, it looked like that at bat to Hunter Pence that Drew Pomeranz was trying to pitch backwards a little bit. Let's check it out. Looks like maybe a changeup, something off speed. You can see he goes out and gets it 3-1. Yeah, he had to go down and get it off speed pitch and keeps it fair down that left field line. Right into the tunnel.
So Pence does atone for his misplay. He's put the Giants back on top. Now the Padres are shifting here again on Brandon Belt. Saw it earlier, see it again. It is a over-exaggerated shift on the right side with Weeks over towards the line and towards first base.
And over-exaggerated is John Jay in center field, way over on the third base side of second base.
Yeah, that is crazy alignment. Yeah. We look out there. You got the infield going one way, you got the outfield going the other. Highest average against the shifts. Belt only behind Bryce Harper. Not afraid to hit it through the shift. And from a psychological standpoint, you just got to pretend like it's almost not there, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Stick to your strengths as a hitter. But remember, we put up that little graphic, that pie chart almost, is the percentages of where he hits the ball. Well, remember, 16%, I believe it was, or 70% on the ground, right where Jemile Weeks is. And then on the outfield side, the highest percentage is exactly where John Jay is playing right now, in the air to the outfield.
If it's on the ground, he's going to pull it. If it's in the air, most likely it would go the other way.
Correctly. Correct.
I'm just summarizing what you said. In my words.
Right.
So it fouled off the left. We're going to show it graphically now what it is you're talking about.
So, okay, there's the defense, right? You see where the shift is. Everybody's shifting. Now 16%, the majority of those hits on the ground are to where Jemile Weeks is playing. A little bit, he can go to his right a little bit more, but in the outfield, 15%, and that's where John Jay and Melvin Upton Jr. are shading. Actually, Melvin Upton Jr. is a little bit more toward the line, but John Jay is in that general area.
The third walk allowed by Pomeranz. This one comes with nobody out, and it follows up the home run by Hunter Pence here in the 4th inning. Pence, his 4th home run of the year, 13th RBI. It's given the Giants a lead. A walk to Belt. Here's Brandon Crawford. Crawford struck out swinging in the 2nd inning.
Some serious work to be done here, especially after the home run and the walk and nobody out from the stretch.
Fouled off to the left, out of play. Two runs, 4 hits, no errors now for the Giants. A run, 4 hits, no errors for the Padres. Padres infield a double play depth. In the air to center. John Jay has room. And he'll make the catch out there in center. Tagging at first. Bluffing is Bell, not going anywhere. As Jay gets it back in quickly. One down here in the 4th inning.
Okay, a third of the way there. You work for a grounder, get out this inning.
That'll bring up Madison Bumgarner.
Not just your every ordinary 8th place hitter.
Struck out looking in the 2nd inning. One of the 5 Ks that Drew Pomeranz has on the night. Gonzalez at the lip of the grass at third base in case he entertains any thoughts of bunting. Does not. He takes strike 1. Giants have left 3 men on through the first 3 innings. Oh, and 2.
Great yacker. That's just not a floater. He's got some teeth to it. Up on top.
Some bite.
It's the knuckle curve. He digs that forefinger into the ball there, and that ball gets up and over that middle finger.
Bounced away from Norris briefly. How does he keep it so tight? I mean, with that, holding the ball that way.
Yeah, with the it's practice, years and years of practice to get to that comfort level. You know, traditional curveball is you got 2 fingers on the ball here and it comes out this way, right? But look at it, it's got to go over this finger here. Knuckle curve, you knuckle it like that and it comes over that finger, gets over that finger quickly, more quickly, and then you get by how hard you get up on top of it and snap it.
Yep.
And that ball gets up and there it is. Pull on that seam, get that 12-6 rotation. You know, I'd like to see you try to throw and probably go up in the stands.
Yeah. It'll slip right out of my hands.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Go nowhere near the plate.
Just years of practice, though.
Swing and a miss, and he's able to strike out Bumgarner for the 2nd time tonight. That's 6 Ks now for Pomeranz. More on the knuckle curve as we check in with Julie.
Hey guys, well, Derek Norris was remembering catching him back in 2014 when they both played for the Oakland A's. And he said he's improved so much in 2 years. He said it's really that inconsistent break that gives hitters fits at the plate. And Brandon Maurer added on, he sort of joined in our conversation. He said it almost looked like he flicks it. As you were showing Mud and you were demonstrating with Mark Grant with your 2 fingers, he said he almost looks like he flicks the ball. It's something he's never seen before. Very effective.
Yeah, that's one of those pitches, Julie, thank you very much, that you have to be aggressive with. You just can't guide it, cast it.
You really got to throw it.
Yes. Get up on top and pull down aggressively.
But it doesn't always react the same. I mean, it sounds like from the sound bites we heard earlier and hearing from Derek Norris that it reacts differently from the break at times.
Sometimes you can lower the arm angle just a little bit and you'll get a different type of break. Exactly. And it doesn't have to be a lot. If he's in one consistent arm slot, even if you lower that just maybe a couple inches, it'll get a different plane, a different break to it. So give the hitter a different look.
12-6 to 1-7.
Look at you.
Huh?
Yeah. You're looking at a clock, aren't you?
I am. Because you hear 12-6, but his isn't always 12-6.
Right. So let me test you here. If he drops down to like low 3/4,
yeah.
What is it? What is he looking at?
Low.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Low.
Okay. Let's say I go over to the top.
Yeah.
What's that going to be on the clock?
That's going to be 12-6.
Oh, you're coachable. Okay.
Yep.
How about here a little bit?
I'm thinking 2 to 8.
How about like this?
3 to 9, but it may be out of the zone.
Look at you work.
It's all about the clock.
Is that a digital watch you got working?
No.
I see. Yeah,
that's nice.
But that's where where you hear that expression. He's got that 12-6 curveball. That's.
But he doesn't. I mean, he does sometimes. But he has
there
other
you
options.
go. There's the clock.
There's the clock.
Sometimes it's 1 to 7. Sometimes it's 2 to 8. 12-6. And if you got to be somewhere before 9 o'clock, you got 17 minutes. But don't go anywhere because we got ourselves one heck of a ball
here.
game.
Fox Sports San Diego.
Believe it. By the way, does this tie I'm wearing tonight make me look fat?
Yes.
Does this tie make me look fat?
I think it does. Very fat. 2-2.
We need a punch out right here.
Sprays it foul off to the right. A wide tie for a wide guy.
I can't get away with the skinny tie.
A lot of people don't know is that you can only see the top half of you. A lot of times you wear different stuff, but
Yeah.
2-2. This one is on the ground foul outside of third. But I mean, I think the tie's fine.
Thank you.
On you.
On me. Now you wearing the skinny tie?
Yeah.
I mean, for a wide guy, that looks like a thread.
It's like one of those old country western
bolo tie.
Yeah. 2-2. Line into left field. This is trouble. Headed towards the corner with a 3:39 marker. Belt from first base going to try and score all the way from first with 2 outs. He will. And the Giants take a 3-1 lead. Well, Pagan has been huge, batting out of the 9 spot for Bruce Bochy tonight.
And you know what? Part of it is, I think, accepting the role. And let's face it, you come to the ballpark, and I'm sure Bruce Bochy talked to him about it, but when you're a position player and you're hitting 9th, you know, you can sulk about it, you can complain about it. But you know what? Angel Pagan tonight, 2 hits, 2 RBIs, a single and a double. He is in control in the number 9 spot and getting opportunities and paying dividends in that slot.
He has driven in 2 runs. You get there, I guess, as you say, you take a look at it, you're hitting behind the pitcher.
Yeah. Oh, what am I doing hitting 9th, right? I should be hitting whatever. But you know what? Accept the role, and you're going to get opportunities, and he has done that tonight.
Well, Pagan in scoring position second, his second RBI. And Denard Span. 3rd time through now for Pomeranz.
This is where it can get dicey, right? As Darren Balsey, the pitching coach, out to have a chat with Drew. Just a little calm down. Just a little breather. As he is out now 90 pitches, and we're going to have action in the Padre bullpen as well. Luis Perdomo starts to go down to the bullpen and warm up.
Let's see, bullpens here are exposed at AT&T Park. Both the Giants and Padres in foul ground here. And it is Luis Perdomo first up for San Diego, and it is in the 4th inning.
Hey, infielders diving on a grounder. No balls to the outfield with that runner in scoring position. Keep it on the infield.
In the air to center field. Jay started back, now coming in full bore, and he'll get there with plenty of time to spare to end the inning. A 2-run inning, though, for the Giants. They've regained the lead 3-1. game summary as the Giants would strike first. The number 9 man, Angel Pagan, able to drive in Brandon Belt with the game's first run. Giants led 1-0 after 2. As the Padres come right back, Jamal Weeks able to score on the John Jay base hit. Now this play from Upton Jr. in left cuts off this base hit, and by a lot. Able to gun down at second base very impressively. Now this Pagan again, as he has been big time in this game. And Hunter Pence with a home run, and then Pagan comes back with that base hit, but they would get 2 in the 4th inning to take a 3-1 lead. And Pomeranz staying in the game right now, hitting for himself in the 5th. He has thrown a total of 91 pitches through the first 4 innings. So a nub foul at the plate.
You know, so many things that coaches and managers look at when a guy is out there throwing 91 pitches. And we take a look at the summary, Padres trailing by 2.
And Pomeranz, I mentioned his pitch total of 91. Bumgarner right now working with 70 pitches. John Jay is playing the RBI for the Padres, and Angel Pagan 2 RBIs.
Or the number 9 spot for the Giants doing all the damage, plus the solo shot from Hunter Pence.
7 strikeouts now for Bumgarner. Struck out 6 of the last 7 batters, and now it's back up top for John Jay. Jay is flying to left, and then that RBI single we just saw moments ago to left. They give Bumgarner a lead to work with, do the Giants, with 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th.
You know, the times we've seen the pitcher hitting 8th seems to be a general theme. I mean, first of all, let's not discount how good of a hitter Madison Bumgarner is, right? Because we've seen terrible hitting pitchers hitting 8th.
On the ground to Panic at second base. 2 down.
And what it does is it actually creates as if Pagan could be a leadoff hitter for Span batting second, Panic batting 3rd, and Duffy 4th, if you want to look at it that way. If you got the pitcher 8th, right? Let's say you start off the inning. Let's say Bumgarner makes the last out of the inning. Then Pagan batting number 9 rather than the pitcher next inning.
Acts like your leadoff hitter.
It acts like your leadoff hitter.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I didn't get it right away. Not the first time.
Yeah.
But I got it the second time. 2 down. Will Myers. He'll take it up and away. Myers has grounded out to 3rd, single to center. Giants with 5 hits, Padres with 4 hits. Myers with that hit in the 3rd extended his hitting streak to 10 games.
You know what also it does? As I look, I mean, Madison Bumgarner bats right-handed.
Yep.
It breaks it up a little bit. You got Brandon Crawford left, and then you got right Bumgarner, and then switch Pagan. So rather than left, the switch hitter batting left.
Break it up.
Right, break it up a little bit. That would make sense too, right?
Sure.
I mean, taking, of course, into consideration how good of a hitter he is, Madison Bumgarner.
Tony La Russa among the first to do that?
So.
I mean, that's the first guy I remember doing.
Yeah. Yep.
Foul to the screen, still 1-2.
And his, in fact, there's some ties to that today in the Padre dugout, because remember, Mark McGwire batted 3rd, right? Tony La Russa's idea was to have the pitcher bat 8th, so if the number 9 hitter leads off the inning, that guy in essence is batting cleanup.
So it sets up your big hitter.
Right. In the event of a game where number 9 leads off the inning.
Right. Bumgarner kind of slipped at the end of that delivery. Pitch off the mark. There's Matt Kemp waiting on deck. Kemp thought he had one out of the yard in the 3rd inning. A fly ball to 399 marker straightaway center field. Denard Span back there to make the catch on him. On the ground, foul. Hangs here 2-2. You know, All-Star voting has started already.
Come on, already?
It has.
On April 25th?
Already. Notable first baseman on the ballot, and Will Myers is, of course, there. with some pretty big names, some pretty good first basemen around the National League.
Hey, show Sweet Tea some love, Will Myers.
It'd be great to have a Padres starter in the All-Star game at Petco Park, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Ten-game hitting streak for Will Myers. Started the day hitting it .316. He's settling into that position at first base for the Padres. Worked very hard at it. Reaches out, pokes it foul. Still 2-2.
Hey, that's the type of swing you take to protect. Up and away, it's going to be borderline. You don't know if he's going to get that call, so you offer at it and get another crack at it.
Straightens him up. 92-mile-an-hour fastball getting Will Myers' attention.
That field, Mike, picking up Madison Bumgarner on the grunt.
Yeah.
On the follow through. Backdoor slider.
Broken bat, liner that is caught by the shortstop. Brandon Crawford goes out to get it and ends the top of the fifth. We're halfway through. The Giants have a 3-1 lead. First of three between the Padres and the Giants, and the Giants have a 3-1 lead. Tonight's game presented by Sony, the leader of 4K Ultra HD. Boy, is it ever. That's spectacular. It's on to the bottom of the fifth inning inside AT&T Park. Joe Panik to lead it off. Pomeranz back on the mound and closer to 100. He starts inning at 91. Make it 92 as he picks up the outside corner. He's had to work hard in the first 4 innings of his outing. 29 pitches in the 4th inning especially. Giving up 2 runs in that inning.
You know, Don, we talk about pitch counts, right? We would like pitchers to go deep as we take a look at Perdomo warming up. A couple of factors. One is, yes, a lot of pitches early. Secondly, though, when a team doesn't have a lead to work with late, there's no choice but to pitch hit. So the pitcher has no choice or no chance to go deep into the game.
This is into right field and a base hit for Panik. Second straight inning the Giants have had the lead runner on. Second time Panik's been on tonight with a base hit.
So is that makes sense though, right?
Yes.
Let's say, for instance, you know, 3-1 ball game. Giants are winning. Well, Drew Pomeranz gets out of this inning. Okay, and then the Padres come up. It gets to his spot. Well,
it's got to go.
Got to go. especially if guys are on base. You need that one big hit. So a couple of factors.
Certainly so different in the National League. Something you have to take into account.
Yeah.
Duffy has been on twice, a walk and a single. His third look at Pomeranz tonight. He's bunting and bunting it foul. Myers charging in from first base. No shift in the infield, but pretty healthy shift in the outfield for Matt Duffy to go the other way. John Jay a long way into right center. And well off the line is Melvin Upton Jr. Remember, it was Duffy who tried to leg out a double and was gunned down at second base by Upton. Had to go from left center to straightaway left to retrieve a base hit. And this was back in the third inning. Duffy's base hit. He figured where Upton was playing, he'd get a double, no problem. But Upton gets over, cuts it off, plants, and then throws this. And he was out by a lot.
That was a beautiful play. All the way around.
Duffy takes the strike over the outside corner.
I can't recall seeing a center fielder playing that far over into the right center field gap.
No. Of course, that's an area. The Jets out to 421 here at AT&T Park. They're in right center.
And you know what? I'm trying to think both ways here. If you were a hitter, you see the defense right in front of you. So if you're a hitter and you see that gap out there in center,
I'm thinking right back up the middle. Right?
But do you get a little froggy and try to guide it that way, and then therefore it messes up your swing, and then next thing you know, you're rolling over on the left side and you roll into a double play.
They'll send it down that direction.
Look at that. Is that unbelievable?
Perfectly aligned defensively, as it turns out. Incredible.
And you credit Drew Pomeranz for hitting his spots, because players don't hit the ball to certain areas of the diamond without the pitcher executing the pitch first.
Right. So credit that guy too.
Yes. the coaching staff executing the pitch. So let's go back to the pitch. Out of the hand, right?
Yep.
It's in. He gets jammed. And what do you know? John Jay hauls it in.
But to see a defense align that dramatically, to have him do that and then have it hit exactly where you're standing, remarkable.
That's fun to watch too.
One out, panic at first, and the pitch is gonna miss.
It's almost like neener, neener, neener.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, pretty much.
We got you figured out.
It's amazing how the shift can mess with guys psychologically too. You see them all stacked up, you can't just hit through it. Broken bat, base hit in the left field. It splits Ramirez and Rosales. Posey aboard for the first time tonight.
Well, the good thing there is you hold him to a single. Keep the double play in order.
That brings up Hunter Pence. And first, a pitching change, it appears. Andy Green headed to the mound. Pomeranz just getting up over 100 pitches at 101. And Andy Green will indeed take the baseball with one out. Runners at first and second. Luis Perdomo coming in. The pitching change from AT&T Park in San Francisco.
here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Padres making a pitching change, and the pitching change brought to you by El Cajon Ford as Luis Perdomo comes in.
And a different look for these Giant hitters because Perdomo out there on the hill, you're going to have to turn up the dial. His 8th game, the high ERA, and you know what? With the way that he's been throwing the ball, the splits aren't good, especially from the righties. Hey, you know what? You're in the big leagues. You got to come into a situation and try to hold them. This is a situation where Andy Green and Darren Balls as a pitching coach have to look at him and say, you know what can you do? Can you hold the 2-run deficit?
3 runs in his last outing, snapping a streak of working 4 straight scoreless outings. His first career Major League win on the 16th of April against Arizona. Worked a scoreless 14th inning as part of the walk-off for the Padres. This will get away from Norris. And the runners move up. Panic to third. Posey to second.
That looked like a 2-seam fastball. Let's take a look. 2-seamer. Right on the heel, on the thumb. Very catchable ball.
Second pass ball of the night for Norris. First one led to a run of Brandon Belt in the 2nd inning. Pomerantz responsible for the runners at 2nd and 3rd. Now infield in all the way around. And a pitch down and in to Pence. Hunter Pence with his 4th home run of the year down the left field line. Back in the 4th inning off Pomerantz. And at the time gave the Giants a 2-1 lead. They would score another run in that 4th inning. In the air to center field. John Jay in right center now. Makes the catch, tag at third base, comes panic, throw goes towards third, and the Giants have their lead on top 4-1. Hunter Pence with his 2nd run batted in of the night. Sac fly this time. That run charged to Pomerantz. Still responsible for Posey, who's at second base. Been touched for 4 on the night in 4 1/3 innings. And it brings up Brandon Belt. Pomerantz had trouble with Belt tonight, walking him twice. Belt would score twice.
You know what else I was just thinking about, Don, is Perdomo entering this game. He hasn't faced any of these guys, and those guys haven't faced him. So maybe the element of surprise, bringing him into a game to see if he can get through the teeth of this lineup.
Rule 5 guy for the Padres, of course. Prior to this year, not pitching above A ball. Good live arm. Saw it during the course of spring training throughout.
Hey, there comes a time to when Rule 5 guy / rookie / homegrown Padre, you've got to throw them out there and see what they can do. 11-2 either way. Yeah, we've seen that many times, but middle of the ball game, now a 3-run deficit. You got to see what they can do.
What did you see from Pomerantz tonight? It seemed like he battled a lot of pitches early in this game.
He did. Well, the main thing is he kept him in the game. The offense, has to battle against Madison Bumgarner, but he had the good breaking ball. The one changeup he got burned on. Hunter Pence out in front of it. Talking with Doug Bachler there, the bullpen coach for the Padres. But the walks, the walks end up scoring.
To center, and John Jay still drifting, backpedaling, and making the catch that ends the inning. The Giants add a run, take a 4-1 lead to the 6th inning.
The Giants, it's going to be tough for any team to try to battle this guy. Why? Because his arsenal is the fastball, the cutter. The one thing that really sticks out for me tonight is the backdoor cutter / slider, and then he'll pump that fastball in on the fists of the right-handed hitters. He comes right after you. He is very aggressive. And he's very tough to beat here at home at AT&T Park.
Time for In the Driver's Seat, brought to you by Kia.
Yeah, I would have to say he is in the driver's seat. 5 frames, 7 strikeouts, only 1 walk and an earned run.
Those are 3, 4, and 5 inside the Padres order in the inning. Matt Kemp 0 for 2 is fouled out to Belt, the first baseman, then took one to the warning track in center field, but retired. Denard Span back there made the grab in the 3rd inning, so 0 for 2 tonight for Kemp, followed by Upton Jr. and Norris in the inning.
There it is, that backdoor cutter / slider at 86. He's got a good feel for that pitch.
Saw the 7 strikeouts, only 1 walk. Kemp couldn't hold up, tried to.
There's the curveball, the old number 2. So just when you think you have that slider cutter in the back of your mind, he flips up the curveball at 73. Trying to hold it up.
Popped up, foul out of play. I mentioned Kemp almost getting this out of the yard in the 3rd inning. Didn't have enough. Back at the 399 marker was Denard Span. Timed his leap. Was not going to get out of the yard, but may have gone up on the fence, but instead Span made the catch. Bumgarner has given up 5 home runs already this season. Those in 23 innings coming into this outing. This is hit well to center field. Span going back again and over, and not going to get this. It'll one hop the wall out there. And Kemp heads to second base with a double to open up this 6th inning. So this time he hits it away from Span out towards left center, and Span can't run it down.
Now that one had a different sound to it. Like a straight fastball. Nice easy swing. Got extended on the outer half of the plate. Got to make something happen here.
So a double by Kemp to start the 6th inning. Padres trying to get to Bumgarner here in the 6th inning.
250th career double for Matt Kemp.
Upton fouls it off.
It had that sound to it, didn't it?
Sure did. Quickly get by Span out there. Went a long way.
Didn't hang up like that last one to straightaway center.
Liner.
Yep.
Upton on the ground to short. Crawford. Oh, the first out of the inning. No advance for Kemp. Remains at second base. Upton Jr. retired. Here comes Derek Norris. 0 for 2 tonight. He's fouled out to the first baseman and struck out looking.
Got a game break coming up. Stay tuned. The Redbirds at the D-backs from Copper Square coming at you. St. Louis, Arizona. Hey, Candy.
Pomerantz and Sweeney. Does Mark get involved in the game updates?
Oh, I think so. And you can see the D-backs are winning big. So they're going to fill you in on all the details. 11-5, bottom of 6.
So they hang out in the viewing room and then they both participate in those
Yeah.
game breaks, right? I think I'm confused by it. I've seen a few times.
The viewing room?
The viewing room. They don't always sit in the same seats.
They move it around.
They
a little
move it
bit,
around.
They mix it up.
Like one time, Pomerantz is on the right. The other time, I don't get it. I guess it's just wherever you're comfortable that day. This is lined to left field. Pagan's not going to get it. It's quickly by him. Kemp coming around from second base will score. Padres get their second run. It's an RBI double for Derek Norris. Got to feel good for Norris. And it's now 4-2. So the Padres getting a run off Bumgarner here in the 6th inning.
Well, third time around for Derek Norris. 2 balls hit well this inning. The Kemp double. And that looks like a little cutter. Boy, getting the hand through quickly. That's got a good sound to it as well. Slapping a couple of 2x4s together.
He's cleaned it out.
He got to that ball quickly. That was a cutter down and in. The hands through. Kept it fair nicely.
So Norris at second base, 1 out, a run in. And Alexei Ramirez trying to figure out Bumgarner. His 0 for 2 against him tonight. Has struck out twice swinging. Not waiting around this time. Wants some contact, and he fouls it straight back.
Carlos Villanueva, the veteran right-hander, strolls down to the bullpen to get loose.
So nobody sits in the bullpens here. You only go down when you're going to warm up.
Right. Everybody's in the dugout. I think when this place first opened up, they had seats down there. Actually, I think they still do have seats, but you know, it's much warmer in the dugouts. They have heaters in the dugouts.
Yeah, they're heated.
So,
I noticed that during BP. Alexei Ramirez down 0-2. Almost got away. To the backhand went Posey. Surprised there are not bullpens here, not in foul ground. I mean, think about the dangers involved of having the exposed bullpens, especially a great new ballpark like this. I mean, not new anymore, but when they built it.
I think that's the bullpen phone all the way down there.
Nobody's down there to receive the call until they start warming up. Long way away. And the Giants are going to start to get some action too. Josh Osich is headed out there to start to warm up. First time we have seen action in the Giants pen. Bumgarner running into some trouble here in the 6th inning.
Hey, you hang a breaking ball here, you can spin on one.
Fouls it back to our right. Hey, here come the Seagulls, by the way. They're rolling in off the water.
Yeah, they're looking for the hot dogs and the nachos that are left behind. Waiting for some people to exit, but we got ourselves a good game here. They're just kind of hovering. Looks like an Alfred Hitchcock movie. Bodega Bay. Tippi Hedren. Suzanne Plachette.
Two. Swing and a miss. Third time tonight that Alexei Ramirez has struck out against Bumgarner. All swinging. 2 down here in the 6th inning.
And he went to that breaking ball down and into the back foot of the right-handed hitter Ramirez. Swings right over the top of it. Let's watch it out of the hand. Works around it. You see that spin? Right over the top of it for the strikeout.
8 strikeouts for Bumgarner in tonight's game. Rosales has one of them. He's also got an infield hit last time up for Adam Rosales. Tying run at the plate here for the Padres. They bat in the top half of the 6th inning. Flared foul off to the right. Next pitch will be an even 100 for Madison Bumgarner on the night.
Also with Bumgarner on the hill, the left-hander Osich in the pen, Bruce Bochy wants to stick with that left-handed trend, right, against this Padre lineup, if in fact they do go to Osich.
Well, Weeks waiting on deck with 2 down here in the 6th inning.
You know, sometimes in the heat of the moment, athletes kind of voice their opinion. So we apologize for that if that hit the field mics and was brought into your living room. So part of the game, but we apologize.
To center field, Denard Span heading over into right center. Will make the catch that ends the inning. Now Derek Norris with an RBI double that scores. Matt Kemp gives the Padres their second run. We're through 5.5 from San Francisco. Giants have a 4-2 lead. All right, guys, thanks for taking care of that, because it was bugging me. I mean, I thought there'd be like assigned seating after a while as to where everybody sat. He's in the air out to left center field, and Upton Jr. in and under will put it away.
Sometimes
it's just wherever they feel like sitting that night, I guess.
Sometimes Sweeney will sit on Pomerantz's lap.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. One out here in the 6th inning. Bumgarner going to hit for himself here after he's thrown 101 pitches through the first 6 innings.
I mean, let's face it. This guy's a bull. He's a
not
horse.
Going anywhere apparently.
He's good for about 115, 120.
He struck out twice tonight. That was against Pomerantz. Perdomo back out on the mound after getting the final 2 outs of the 5th inning. Foul over by the Giants dugout. Been around Bruce Bochy for a while. Great manager.
Love Bruce. Knows the game, the X's and O's. He just gets it.
Seems to communicate very well. You hear from players that as far as managers go, they want to be communicated with, even if it's bad news. It seems like he's very good at that.
And I think that's what players want. They want to hear the truth, don't they?
Want to know where they stand. The numbers are outstanding. Over 1,700 wins, 16th right now all time Major League history. 3 championships all here. 10 managers, at least 3.
And you know what else he's great at is with the fans. Likes to talk ball. He's very approachable. We'll give you the time. We'll talk about players. Hey, you know what? And that's one of the things, like when Boch was in San Diego, I'd go down the next day and say, hey, Boch, I want to learn. What were you thinking? Some managers, you ask them what they're thinking, they get all defensive.
Right.
Oh, what do you mean? What was I thinking?
You're questioning their decision.
No, that's not the case. I want to learn. I want to try to think along with you. And he would explain it in a certain way. And it's like, wow, okay, the light bulb goes on. I go, oh, that makes sense.
I get it now.
Because you know what? That guy, Andy Green, whatever manager it is, they know a heck of a lot more what's going on in that dugout in that clubhouse than we do.
Right. But you are right, though. There are a number of managers who all of a sudden will go on the defensive as if you're questioning what it is they're doing. You're not. You're just trying to learn, trying to figure it out.
One of the first things I asked Andy Green in spring training was, hey, when I come in after a game or before a ball game and I want to inquire or pose a question, do you please don't get it? He goes, no. He goes, dude, don't. No, you can ask me anything you want. If you see something and you want to question it, ask me. I'll be glad to answer it for you. Tell you what I'm thinking.
There's always a pretty ironclad answer, especially now with all the numbers available to the managers. And a lot of times what we don't know is whether a guy is available or not for whatever reason that day, or they don't go to him when you think they would in a certain situation. You don't know what the manager knows.
You know what I call that? MC, manager's choice.
1-1 the other way, line sharply to left center. Upton cuts it off and throwing the brakes on Pagan. Some kind of night for their number 9 man.
See that
third hit?
Did you see that arm too? I mean, Pagan very aggressive around first base, but still Melvin Upton Jr. getting to that baseball and firing into second base. A perfect strike again, holding him to a single.
Third hit of the night for Pagan, a single, a double, and now another single. Has 2 RBIs. Top of the order, Denard Span, 0 for 3. It's time now to check out the Cholula flamethrower.
And Luis Perdomo on the hill. We know we've got a light on. He has a live arm. Pump it up. 95. Ooh. It's hot sauce. Caliente. And then he drops the cambio.
So he goes from the hot sauce
to the ketchup. Right?
Not so hot.
Right, but tasty.
Yes. I like ketchup.
I do too. A lot of it.
Perdomo going to work on that right cleat. Now ready to work here to the leadoff hitter for the Giants with a count of 1-1.
See, now he's got that changeup in the back of his mind. It'll be a lot tougher, I would say, to catch up to that fastball if he elects to throw it right here. Look at that.
Back to the gas.
Yeah, and it's right down the middle, knee high, and it's hard for him to square it up. So that changeup pays dividends in more way than one.
For the first, and back is Pagan. Perdomo came in for Drew Pomerantz in the 5th inning. Able to get the final 2 outs of the 5th. Got the first 2 outs here of the 6th inning before the opposite field base hit for Pagan.
How about a punch out right here? This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and description of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres. Luck of the Irish too. Guy's a little late, isn't he?
Yeah, that's in March, right?
I think so. 17th to be exact.
1-2 to Span. Straightens him up. Fastball again. On deck, Joe Panik. A couple of hits tonight. Single to center, single to right. Perdomo trying to keep this a 2-run deficit right now for San Diego. For the first, almost threw it away. Nice play there by Myers. Well, we got 3-2 Miami over Los Angeles in the 8th, and Pittsburgh beating Colorado. In the dirt. Padres headed to Los Angeles after this 3-game series. Big trip really for the Padres.
There's the free to be.
Short lead at first base for Pagan, barely any at all.
And Perdomo kind of all over the map on the fox tracks there.
Liner to left, and that's in for a base hit. Pagan will stop around second, and the throw behind him, and it's knocked down by Jemile Weeks as they tried to get an overzealous Pagan around second base. And a base hit for Span, pretty good at bat there. And back-to-back base hits here now for the Giants.
Would have been interesting if that throw was on line because, like you said, Don, very aggressive around second base was Pagan. Melvin Upton Jr. showing off the hose. A short hop. It was a short hop to Jemile Weeks.
Darren Balsley out there to talk to Perdomo. No action behind him in the Padres pen right now.
You know, one thing for Perdomo, he's got a live arm. We know that. So you're young. You're a Rule 5. You've got a good arm. I would say more times than not, one of the things that they're trying him not to do, get him to do, is not overthrow. You start overthrowing, you're going to be all over the map. You got to control that body, control that arm slot, and once he hones in, he gets those crosshairs on down and away and where he wants to spot the fastball. Hey, but you know, who knows how long that's going to take. Darren Balsley doing everything he can to try to do just that and help him out. Like that. That's, you know, he got the call there, but that's exactly where he wants to be. 8 out of 10 times. 8 out of 10. You got to hit that spot.
You know, it seems like he's kind of developing at the major league level. That's tough.
And that is very tough. Absolutely. Nice.
Jumps ahead 0-2. Gone at second, Span at first, 2 down here in the last half of the 6th inning. In the air to left, Upton coming in, and he'll make the running catch. Now the Giants strand a pair. It's 4-2 at the end of 6 from San Francisco. Mon Casino. Sign up for the new Padres Club card today. By Jack in the Box, tastes the Baconlicious Sourdough Bacon Ranch Combo. And by Tough Turtle Turf, the industry's only lifetime turf. That's on to the 7th inning back at AT&T Park in San Francisco. Madison Bumgarner back on the mound. Jamal Weeks 1 for 2, a double in the 3rd, struck out in the 4th inning.
You know what else Madison Bumgarner does, and this has been proven. Regular season, postseason, he maintains over the course of a game. You know, first pitch to 120. That breaking ball still is very effective. The fastball is still there. The location is still there.
Doesn't appear to labor.
I'm not saying the guy's invincible. I mean,
no.
You know, the guy's beatable. Don't get me wrong. That's what's great about this game. You can have the hottest streak going. Next thing you know, you can't get out of the 2nd inning. But only down by 2. Need some base runners. Make something happen.
Soft grounder towards Duffy. 1 out here in the 7th inning. And Jamal Weeks shot number 1 here in the 7th. Pitcher spot coming up, and it is Jabari Blash. Blash at 176 so far in 14 games as a member of the San Diego Padres. No homers, no RBIs. And off the bench, there's action in the Padres pen now, of course, as Perdomo being hit for after going an inning and 2/3 out of the pen. Carlos Villanueva up in the pen for San Diego. Blash with a cut. Other side, Corey Guerin warming up in the pen for the Giants, or about to be warming up in the pen. Had Osich up early. Blash may have gone. Yeah, he did. They checked, and DJ Rayburn said he offered. There is Corey Guerin. Oh, 2 to Blash.
Fastball up.
Blash got his first career major league hit back on the 9th of April at Colorado. Strikes out here. Strikeout number 9 for Madison Bumgarner. 2 down in the 7th inning.
Went right after him. Madison Bumgarner did. First pitch, fastball. Okay, you didn't hit that one. How about 0-2? 1-2 with another hitter, trying to go up the ladder. 1 and 3. And chalk up another K for the left-hander.
9 of them. Nine plus in 4 straight starts against the Padres, and look out. John Jay getting a good look at that one, up and in.
Kind of lowered his arm angle a little bit there. He went low, 3/4 on that one. It kind of leaked on him.
.110 from Bumgarner. Retired 4 in a row. Jay had a base hit back in the 3rd inning. 1 for 3 night with an RBI for the Padres, driving in one of their 2 runs. On the outside corner, I guess. Will Myers waiting on deck. There are 2 outs in the 7th inning. Padres getting a run in the 3rd and a run in the 6th inning. RBIs for Jay and Norris. Ball 4 and a 2-out walk here for John Jay. That's the second walk allowed by Bumgarner in his outing, in the first walk since the second inning. And here comes Bruce Bochy to make the change at 114 pitches for Bumgarner. He's going to leave, and this big Giants crowd will let him know what they think about him as he heads off. San Diego presents Padres Baseball, brought to you by Mercury Insurance. We're on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com today. By Petco, your complete pet store. And by your San Diego County Lexus dealers. Beautiful city of San Francisco. Game 1 of a 3-game series between the Giants and the Padres. And the Giants making a pitching change here as Madison Bumgarner out of the game. That's a good thing for Wil Myers and the Padres. Have a runner at first in John Jay, 2 down. Tying run at the plate in Wil Myers against Corey Guerin, the new Giants pitcher.
If Corey Guerin is on his game, heads up the infielders for the Giants, because he is heavy with the sinker. Big sink, low 3/4 arm angle, about 90-92. 9th game. So as you see, short, small sample size, a lot of contact, ground balls. That's his game.
27 balls in play this year, 17 ground balls.
Look at that sinker.
To second base, another ground ball. That's what he wanted, that's what he got. And he's quickly out of the 7th inning stretch. Giants on top 4-2. play of the game, and it is Melvin Upton Jr. out in left field after this base hit by Matt Duffy. He's gunned down by Upton Jr. impressively by a lot.
That was very impressive. Right on the fly, a perfect strike to Jamal Weeks. 7 on the come out. That's a winner. Pay the line.
Well, Carlos Villanueva, the new Padres pitcher, 3rd of the night for Andy Green. 9th appearance for him. Takes over for Perdomo, went an inning in 2/3. Gave up 2 hits but no runs. Didn't walk anybody and struck out a batter. Villanueva, of course, can go multiple innings if necessary. Matt Duffy leads it off. Duffy was on the wrong end of that great throw we saw from Melvin Upton Jr. earlier. Credited with a single on the play. It's also walked and flied out to center. The attendance tonight, 41,266, 41,266, 420th straight sellout here at AT&T Park.
A lot of those people didn't show up.
Tickets sold.
Yep.
People up top there that didn't make it or have ducked out early.
Right. It's better for the Seagulls.
Outside to Duffy, 2-2. Be followed by Posey and Pence. Sounds like a law firm.
Yeah, it does. Pro bono work. Now, what a contrast. Perdomo, Villanueva, right? Villanueva, 89, 90, but hits his spots. Flips up a little breaking ball, close enough to where it will entice the hitter off the end of the bat. Hopefully, you get a little grounder. Infield is playing to pull a little bit, and once again, John Jay in center field, in left center field, right center field. Check that, right center field.
Villanueva allowing a season high 4 runs Saturday, 5 hits and 2 home runs in that outing. Last year a career best 2.95 earned run average, 35 relief outings for the St. Louis Cardinals. Roughed up by his former team over the weekend.
Yeah. Got to bounce back.
Full count now. Leadoff hitter Matt Duffy. Pomerantz started this game 4 1/3, 7 hits. Gives up the 4 runs that the Giants currently have. Walked 3, struck out 6, finished with 101 pitches in 4 1/3. Swing and a miss, gets away briefly from Norris, has to jump over the bat, clear the runner, and throws him out. The strikeout for Villanueva. I want to remind everybody that after the post-game show tonight, you'll want to hang around for the special documentary, Baseball's Final Frontier, Cuba. After Padres live on Fox Sports San Diego. Saw many cuts leading up to that. Of course, Electe Ramirez coming from Cuba, and saw the sit-down conversation with Yasmani Tomas and what he had to go through, and some of the footage that came along with it. I mean, just unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. You hear stories about Jose Fernandez, right, for the Marlins.
Yep.
And if you haven't heard, Jose Fernandez in the boat at night, pitch black, somebody falls overboard there, and he hears him yelling. He jumps in the water himself, rescues the woman, only to find out that it's his grandmother.
How about that?
And we worry about getting a flat tire on the freeway. Please, shame on me.
Spent a number of years around El Tiante, Louis Tiant.
Oh, wow.
What a wonderful man.
One of my
is.
favorites. Loved watching him growing up as a kid.
Pitch in there for a strike, 3-1.
He seemed, you said you knew him, obviously, but he seems like he's just a fun-loving guy.
Best.
Really?
He is such a good guy. And funny?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Is he funny? Comes to spring training every year for the Red Sox as an instructor. In there for a strike. Posey didn't think so.
Hey, Fox Tracks from Nissan has got it as a strike.
Crowd does not agree.
This is a well-located two-seam fastball, and a nice job by Derek Norris framing it. You know, he didn't have to frame it. Fox Tracks has it as a strike. Curveball right here.
In the air to deep left. Upton will watch that lead. Buster Posey has gone deep for the third time this year. Giants up their lead to 5-2. Second home run of the night for the Giants.
Well, he hung him a curveball. Carlos Villanueva shook him off, and it leaves it middle in, up, upper thigh high, and we know what happens to Buster Posey. It happens. Sometimes you get away with a mistake, and sometimes they turn it around on you. Yep.
And they'll try to bounce back here against Hunter Pence. Pence has the other Giants home run. That was back in the 4th inning. Posey has joined him. Both solo shots. Wild swing there for Pence. Good pitch, 1-2. Now the Giants have 10 hits, out hitting the Padres 10-6. And have a 3-run lead. That's, along with the home run, a sacrifice fly in the 5th inning. His 13th and 14th RBIs of the year. Little number in front of the plate. Out jumps Norris. Throws him out at first base for the second out of the bottom of the 7th inning. And that big swing, and the ball didn't go very far. Norris quickly out and alertly to pick up that baseball. Throw out Pence.
You know, this infield, especially the dirt, it kind of holds its moisture very well because of the atmosphere here, and it's, you know, it's cool.
Kind of damp.
Yeah, and they really wet down that infield. They drag it in, you know, what, every 2nd or 3rd inning. So very few bad hops, but even out in front of home plate, a ball hit out in front of home plate is going to deaden because of the moisture.
Two down, bases empty in the 7th. Brandon Belt has been on twice. Shifting on him again in the infield. On the right side in the outfield for him to go the other way. Recurring pattern throughout the night.
Nice pitch.
goes Hunter Strickland. Looks like he's about to start to warm up. He's not thrown a warm-up pitch yet in the pen. Two and two. Villanueva, the third arm used tonight by Andy Green. Duffy to strike out the solo home run by Buster Posey, and then a little number in front of the plate for Hunter Pence. Ball 3 and a full count. Brandon Crawford waiting on deck. Giants batting here in the home half of the 7th inning. Inside for ball 4, and he loses it. Third time that Brandon Belt has walked in this game tonight. First walk allowed by Villanueva, comes with 2 down, and now Brandon Crawford will get a chance.
You know, these 7-8 hitters for the Giants tonight, 0 for 6. It's the number 9 spot that's been a pain for San Diego. That's Angel Pagan.
You know, 4 strikeouts. That 0 for 6 between Brandon Crawford and what was Madison Bumgarner.
And those 2 walks of Brandon Belt, he's come around to score. See if Carlos Villanueva can make a pitch here to get out of this. Nice changeup.
Mentioned the 9-man, Angel Pagan. Singled to center in the 2nd, doubled in the 4th, singled in the 6th. 2 runs batted in from his number 9 spot. Crawford to right, Kemp coming in. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Stopping at second is Belt. Throw dropped briefly by Alexei Ramirez, and a base hit for Crawford. Now has 2 on with 2 down for the Giants.
Well, holding him to a single is huge. If the Giants are going to continue this inning, we've got to force at any base with 2 outs.
Well, Gregor Blanco coming up here in the pitcher's spot to pinch hit. Darren Balsley headed out.
Just a little scouting report. Give him a little bit of a blow before he starts to pitch to Blanco. And now Derek Norris going over the game plan with Carlos to say, hey, what do you want to start him off with here?
Blanco, a left-handed hitter. Batting with 2 outs. Belt at second, Crawford at first. 13 games. He's got himself a .320 average as a pinch hitter. No homers and an RBI. Ball 1. th pitch of the inning coming up here for Villanueva. He started this bottom of the 7th inning. Falls behind 2-0. Hunter Strickland continues to warm in the pen for the Giants. Looks like he'll be coming on here for the 8th.
And a lot of pitches for Carlos Villanueva. 30, number 31 coming up here in this inning.
Dodgers game's gone final. Marlins able to win it 3-2 in LA. .30 pitch from Villanueva. That's a strike.
A lot of expectations in Florida this year, right? Miami?
Yes.
Now it's 7-11. We're going straight Slurpee right now in the win and loss column. 7 wins, 11 losses.
Tough though, you get the Nationals and the Mets.
Yes, it is.
Fly ball center field. John Jay going back, still going. Right at the edge of the track and in front of it. He'll make the catch and ends the inning. Another run for the Giants. Home run by Buster Posey. It's 5-2 San Francisco. Third arm of the night used by Bruce Bochy into the game for the Giants. Hunter Strickland comes in to work the 8th inning, his 10th appearance of the year.
And he's got one heck of an arm. Strickland does. 94-98. He's got a 2-seam and a 4-seam. His sliders is probably his best second pitch. He also throws a split finger. You can see him kind of setting up there in that grip. It's kind of a split change grip from the hard-throwing right-hander.
Matt Kemp leading it off. Padres with work to do, down by 3 runs. Giants adding to their total with a run in their half of the 7th inning. Swing and a miss. Tough pitch. Kemp saw that one running away from him. To right, and that's going to get in for a hit. Roll towards the right field corner. Kemp, who doubled in the 6th inning, is headed for second base, and the throw is going to be off the mark. Kind of dropped there too by Crawford, as it turned out. And getting into second base with his second double of the night is Matt Kemp.
The Padre hitters know the arms of the Giants out of the bullpen. They know that Strickland likes to throw the ball hard. He tries to hump it up, and that one is almost down the middle of the plate, but Kemp does a nice job of taking it the opposite way. Base runners, multiple base runners this inning for San Diego.
Melvin Upton Jr. Walk in the 2nd, struck out in the 3rd, grounded out to short in the 6th inning. He'll take a hack at that first pitch. 95 on the fastball. Fouled off. Hunter Strickland takes over for Corey Guerin, who went just a third of an inning at the final out of the 7th inning, taking over for Madison Bumgarner.
Seems like when the Giants need a grounder, Guerin's going to be their guy.
Definitely.
That nasty sinker that he's got.
Very nasty.
And what did he do? He rolled the 4-3. Yeah.
And Will Myers to ground out to Joe Panik at second base, and that ended that in the top of the 7th inning. Late swing by Upton.
Good slider.
Derek Norris on deck. Padres batting here in the visiting half of the 8th inning. Trying to get to the Giants' pen. Starting this 8th inning well, a double by Matt Kemp to open it up. Line drive, base hit into right field. Kemp will be stopped at third as Pence gets it back in. And the Padres have something going. First and third with nobody out in the 8th inning.
Getting interesting. And what did we just say about multiple base runners? Both hitters, Kemp and Upton, from the right side. Hard throwing Strickland. Boy, pretty. Beautiful at bats. I got a meeting on the mound. Big Ragu, Dave Righetti, the pitching coach, having a chat with Strickland.
Meanwhile, the bullpen double-barreled action. Josh Osich and Derek Law both warming up here now for the Giants. Right-hander and a left-hander.
Hey, with some injuries to the Giants also, that might be one of the Achilles heel right now for these Giants. Getting that bullpen for guys who don't have the experience.
Well, first you got to get Bumgarner out of the game, and the Padres did that.
Sergio Romo on the shelf.
Derek Norris double to drive in a run in the 6th inning. A 1-for-3 night for the Padres catcher.
A very integral part of that Giants bullpen. We just showed him Sergio Romo, 15-day DL with a flexor strain in his pitching arm, as Brad Hand, the left-hander, goes down to the bullpen.
Santiago Casilla, who has blown 2 of his first 5 save opportunities. Strike call, 1-1.
Oh, the slider ends up right down the middle. Oh.
Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2. Back to the fastball at 95. And one of the things Andy Green was talking about after yesterday's game, the Padres getting close late in that game and not giving up. He liked that from his team against Trevor Rosenthal, who finished it off, but not quietly against the Padres yesterday.
And that's the concentration part of the game. Between the ears, going up there, not giving away at-bats, and just trying to put together good at-bats and carry it on to the next guy.
Did he go? Yes, he did. Hung up by DJ Rayburn. First out of the 8th inning comes by way of the K.
Oh, he went. No doubt about that one.
So one down here in the 8th inning. Brings up Alexei Ramirez. He's certainly glad that Bumgarner is gone. He faced him 3 times, struck out all 3 times swinging. Time called. Double for Kemp to begin the inning. Single by Upton Jr. Runners at first and third. Norris strikes out swinging, and now Alexei Ramirez. There goes a runner at first. Ramirez takes the ball. The throw is not going to be in time. Stolen base for Melvin Upton Jr. So the Padres now have 2 in scoring position, and Buster Posey looking into the dugout like he wants to challenge this. Throw tailed a little bit.
Looks like from that angle that he gets in safely, in the whiff on the tag.
Ochi peering in to find out whether or not his video people think they should challenge this. They are going to challenge it. Buster Posey thought so right away. Throw tailing to the first base side. Did he get him on the arm before he reached the bag?
You know what? I was thinking the same thing still. I mean, from what we've seen, inconclusive.
One more look here, a little different angle.
You got him on the forearm, it looked like. Right below the elbow, the right elbow, didn't it? Did you see the glove move a little bit with the webbing?
I didn't see the glove. I was watching the arm.
Okay. Let's focus on the glove, the webbing of Joe Panik. Well, watch the webbing of the glove right when he catches it. Okay, now he goes for the tag on the bottom of the left. Right elbow, right there. Does he get him there? Did you see webbing move or no?
I don't know. I don't know.
Kind of tough to tell, huh? Kind of tough to tell where his foot was when that apparent tag was made. So,
was the foot on the bag if that tag was made where you think it may have been? We get a broader view here.
Okay, so does he tag him on the? See, even tough to tell there.
Yep. Call on the field is safe, and I'm not sure we've seen anything that is conclusive enough to overturn it.
Yeah.
Which is certainly a part of this. Crew Chief Bill Welke.
Bill Welke, the crew chief of this crew, he's in on the call along with the calling umpire Clint Fagan. So they're on the horn to New York. Please hold.
Your call is important to us.
I wonder what kind of music they listen to when they're reviewing in New York. Girl from Ipanema.
Please hold. Your call is important to us. Well, it's not an easy one.
No, it's not, because I'm still focusing on the glove hitting the elbow. Does he hit it there? And then
where's
his foot on the bag?
That's the other question.
Yeah.
We'll have an answer.
Well, the jury's in.
He remains safe. It is not going to be overturned. Call on the field remains. And it's 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. Pitch was a ball to Alexei Ramirez, so he's ahead in the count, 1-0.
That one had to be close to about, what, 3 minutes?
3 minutes. Two and 0. Another fastball misses again.
Well, Alexi's got to be thinking along the same lines as Matt Kemp and Melvin Upton Jr. Spanking that ball to right center field on that fastball from Strickland. Two 2-0 fastball count.
Not close. 3-0.
Getting very interesting.
What a green light here for Alexei Ramirez.
Hey, you know, it's got to be in that position, in that spot where it's like the size of a CD. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. If you get the green light, it's got to be. It can't be that pitch away that you don't put the good swing on. I think he's taken.
Quite correct, and it's a strike, barely.
Hey, doesn't have to be now. Ball's off the plate.
Adam Rosales waiting on deck. One down here in the 8th. Second and third. In the air, down the right field line, headed for foul ground. So is Pence, and he won't have a play. Well, back into the seats just beyond the Padres reliever, warming up down there. Pence having to deal with a lot of people running over in that direction. Double by Kemp started the inning. Single by Melvin Upton Jr. Then Jr. stole second base. Norris striking out, second and third, one out. And a full count now as Strickland has battled back here from 3-0 to 3-2. Ramirez lines one out of the reach. Panic at second into center. Kemp had to wait. He'll score. And the Padres get a little closer. It's now 5-3 on the RBI single by Alexei Ramirez. Melvin Upton Jr. takes third base. And it's now 5-3, the Giants on top.
Andy Green, the manager for the Padres, said he liked the way these Padre hitters battled the other day, and we just witnessed a battle from Alexei Ramirez. Hunter Strickland goes to his secondary pitch, the slider. It speeds up his bat. And it's the old looper through the infield, the grounder to the center fielder, and the Padres got something going here.
Bruce Bochy's going to make a change here with the tying runs on base now for San Diego, with Upton at third, Ramirez at first. Looks like Derek Law is going to be coming into this game. 5-3 San Francisco on top. The pitching change from AT&T Park in San Francisco. Well, the Padres have drawn closer so far with a run here in the top half of the 8th inning. It's now 5-3, and the Giants are onto their 4th pitcher of the night as Derek Law checks into his 5th game of the year.
He made his major league debut on April 15th after being recalled from AAA Sacramento. This is his 5th game. Derek Law, 93-96. He's got a 2-seamer and a 4-seamer. Slider's his best secondary pitch. Also mixes in a cutter and a changeup.
Brett Wallace pinch hitting here for Adam Rosales. Rosales had been 1 for 3 in this game. 11 games so far. Wallace 0-53.
Correct myself. It's a curveball. A curveball from Derek Law. There it is.
Line towards right center field for Wallace. That's in for a base hit. From third comes Melvin Upton Jr. To third goes Ramirez. And the Padres are within a run. The Giants have a 5-4 lead, but here come the Padres. Brett Wallace with a pinch hit RBI single.
Hey, there are pinch hits, and then there are huge pinch hits, and that gets everybody off the bench. High fives all the way around as Brett Wallace stays on the breaking ball nicely and puts a good swing on it. And the merry-go-round inning continues for San Diego. 1 on, 1 off. There's the breaking ball. Catches too much of the plate. Speeds up the bat. And Brett Wallace eyes that one right into center field.
Those Weeks about to bat here. Bochy back to the mound now for the Giants. Josh Osich in the pen is going to be coming in. So another pitching change coming up here. After the RBI single by Brett Wallace that has brought the Padres back within a run, and with 1 out, they get the tying run 90 feet away. Another pitching change from San Francisco. Giants on top by 1. The Giants holding on to a lead right now against the Padres, with the Padres making a bunch of noise here in the 8th inning, scoring twice. Have the tying run 90 feet away. And a beautiful night here from San Francisco. I want to remind you to join us tomorrow for Game 2 of this series, the middle game of the 3-game series. Johnny Cueto, newcomer to the Giants, and James Shields going head-to-head in Game 2. Our coverage begins at 6:30. Cueto 3-1 so far in the year, 3.49 earned run average. James Shields looking for win number 1 of the season. Well, into this game, Josh Osich with Jemile Weeks standing in on the right side. Tying run at third. Go ahead run at first. 1 out. Weeks squaring and drops it down foul. A safety squeeze.
Yeah. Belt crashing big time at first base as well. Josh Osich, 12th game. Been used a lot. Sparingly though. A hitter here, a hitter there. Boy, righties eating them up at 357. Pretty much slider and a changeup from Osich. Oh, fastball.
Nobody warming up behind him right now in the pen.
93 to 97 on that fastball. Back.
Snap throw to third, and back is Alexei Ramirez.
We saw Molina do that yesterday.
Using that right-handed hitter kind of as a shield, firing down there. Weeks tonight, a double in the third, struck out in the fourth, grounded out in the seventh. Two and one. Bumgarner went 6 2/3 innings. Since then, seen Guerin, Strickland, Law, and now Osich out of the pen. Pinch hitters come out on deck for the Padres. Jose Pirela. Runner goes at first, and a foul ball. And that runner, by the way, is Jankowski, who has taken over pinch running at first base for Brett Wallace. Meanwhile, looks like the Giants are going to have more action. We'll see if Fernando will be part of the action tonight for the Padres. Michael Broadway going down to start to warm up for San Francisco. Fernando now just rooting them on. Hoping to get to Fernando time tonight. Time called. Osich holding the baseball a long time. Two runs in so far here in the 8th inning for the Padres. Tying run at third in Alexei Ramirez. Jankowski at first. And a check on Jankowski. This was Brett Wallace who drove in the run that brought the Padres within run, but Jankowski now running with good speed at first base. Well, the closer is also about to warm up, Santiago Casilla, for the Giants. Here's Casilla. Also with Michael Broadway, both warming up in the pen. Already full relievers in this game for the Giants. 2-2 to Jemile Weeks. We'll have to wait. Osich taking all kinds of time. Weeks swings and misses and strikes out. Nasty pitch headed down and away, and he becomes out number 2 here in the 8th.
Looked like a fastball, a little tailing fastball out of the hand. It's a two-seamer. Late movement off the plate, trying to protect. Good moving fastball from Osich.
So here is Jose Pirela coming into the game here as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. 1 for 4 so far in just 3 games, and here comes Bochy again. He will make the change. It'll be Casilla, and he's going to be looking for 4 outs from his closer. Well, he brings here in the 8th inning with 2 outs. We mentioned Casilla blowing 2 of the first 5 save opportunities that he has had, and he'll come into a 1-run game with the tying run 90 feet away. Dodger Stadium. So into the bullpen. Bruce Bochy is deep into his bullpen. This is pitcher number 5 out of the pen. It is his closer. And again, 3 out of 5 for Casilla so far in save opportunities.
Yeah, and sometimes, as you mentioned, the manager will go to that closer with 1 out in the 8th. Hopefully, here's the key. So throw as few pitches as possible for Casilla as Fernando Rodney. He's got, the adrenaline's pumping a little bit. He's hoping that the Padres can take the lead so that he could take his act out on the hill and possibly get a save. But Casilla, he's been around a while. We know him. 92 to 95 with 2 and 4 seam fastball, curveball, cutter, and a changeup.
So Osich went a third of an inning with a strikeout. That is now 11 strikeouts by Giants pitching in this game, most of them by their starter, Bumgarner, who had 9 strikeouts in 6 2/3. Well, the pinch hitter standing in here with 2 outs in the 8th. Tying run 90 feet away, and Alexei Ramirez with Jankowski at first base, held on over there by Belt.
I'm guessing first pitch breaking ball right here. As a pinch hitter, you're looking for the old number 1.
Runner goes at first. Perella will take the ball, no throw, and into scoring position goes Jankowski on the stolen base.
And it was a fastball. It was in. Let's check out the jump. Pretty good jump from Jankowski. He's got one thing in mind. The head is down and no play.
One and one to Perella.
Hey, a knock here. Padres take the lead. Speed and Jankowski out at second base.
Trailing by a run with Alexei Ramirez at third. Travis Jankowski at second. 2 outs here in the 8th.
Brandon Belt way off the line at first base. You get jammed, a little duck snort that way.
Takes the strike that way on the outside corner. And some of the fans coming to their feet here at AT&T Park, trying to get Casilla through this 8th inning. He will. He strikes out Perella. The Padres leave 2 in scoring position, but get within a run. It's 5-4. The Padres making some noise in the 8th. Kept scoring. Up to Junior scoring. 5-4 Giants. To the bottom of the 8th we go. Racing heads to the big one at Talladega with the Geico 500, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. will look to defend his title from last year, beginning at 9:30 a.m. Pacific on your local Fox station, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Well, new pitcher on now for the Padres, 4th of the night for Andy Green. Kevin Quackenbush into his 11th game of the year. Takes over for Carlos Villanueva, who went an inning in the 7th.
One of the things a reliever has to do is erase what happened yesterday from the hard drive, right?
Can't think about it.
Well, Kevin Quackenbush entered the 6th inning yesterday, did not record an out, a couple of hits, 2 runs, 2 home runs. Time to get back up on that horse.
Angel Pagan leading it off here for the Giants in the 8th. Pagan with a single, a double, and another single. 3 hits, 2 RBIs, all from the 9th spot. Hitting behind the pitcher in this game, which was Madison Bumgarner, for the first 6 2/3 of this game tonight. One-run game now. Giants batting here in the last of the 8th. Strike on that outside corner. Just did pick it up. First opening day roster for Quackenbush in his 3rd major league season with the Padres. Strike again, a little further out that time.
Yeah, keep going out there if you're going to get that call. This is an important inning for Kevin Quackenbush, no doubt about it.
A little shutdown inning.
Crunch time. On the road, trailing by 1 late.
At the top of the order for the Padres coming up in the 9th inning, Jay, Myers, and Kemp. Swing and a miss, and Quackenbush able to strike out Pagan. First time that anybody's been able to retire Pagan in this game.
That's a bounce back. Hey, after 2 batters faced yesterday, not recording an out, giving up 2 home runs, and then you come into this game trailing by a run, that's a big strikeout for Kevin Quackenbush.
Look at his last 3 outings for Quackenbush. Denard Span, the batter. To right field and deep. Back goes Kemp on the run towards the track. He'll get on it and make the catch. Well, Matt Kemp getting back there to deep right field and able to make the catch on the dirt of the track. 2 down.
Got in on him just enough.
That'll bring up Joe Panik. Couple of hits tonight. A single to center, a single to right. He struck out, flied out to left. That's with 2 outs and the base is empty here in the bottom of the 8th. There's strike 1. High strike call. Padres trying to improve on a tough couple of games from the pen in the final 2 games of the series against the Cardinals. To right field, Kemp headed back again. This one deeper, back towards the track. Kemp on the run, and Kemp won't get it. It's by him. Back to the wall, and heading for 3 is Panik. He will get there without a problem standing. Out to the deepest part of this ballpark, back by the 421 marker, and Kemp could not reel it in. It gets by him to the wall, and Panik stands at 3rd with 2 down in the 8th inning.
Derek Norris wants it down and away, but watch the glove of Norris. He has to go up and over the heart of the plate. Panik's all over it, deepest part of the ballpark, and now he's on his horse. It's 421. We mentioned that. That's Death Valley out there. Now, the one thing you have to keep in mind, remember, Kevin Quackenbush throws that curveball. You know, a situation like this,
can't bounce it.
You can't bounce it, and 2 things happen. One is you don't throw it, and secondly, if you do throw it, you kind of you hang it, and that could spell trouble. Let's hopefully Kevin Quackenbush make an adjustment here.
Dealing with Matt Duffy, batting from the right side.
There's
on
the
the ground
there.
foul. Started him with it. Walk is single. He's flying out to center and struck out. See how close Kemp was on this.
Hey, pretty good pitch now.
Didn't get it. 2-1. Quackenbush able to strike out Pagan to begin the inning. Span flying out to right. The triple by Panik has him 90 feet away. Giants trying to obtain some insurance here in the bottom of the 8th. 3-1. To right field, in comes Kemp, and he will make the catch in right. Nice catch by Matt Kemp on a sinking liner, able to pick it on its way down to the grass. We'll see if the Giants are going to take a look at this or not. But they are out of challenges actually because they were unsuccessful earlier, so I don't think Bochy can challenge us. You can ask the crew chief to take a look. But technically he's out of challenges right now, and we'll see whether or not this was a catch or not in right field, or whether Matt Kemp trapped this. Bochy is coming out, and they're going to take a look. It looks like Bill Welke is going to take a look. You can always ask the home plate umpire and crew chief here to do it, and apparently they are going to take a look, and we'll see. And that may have bounced.
Well, does he get the webbing of the glove underneath it? Sure, the ball changes direction, but is the glove already under the ball? I got catch.
Oh.
I think the webbing of the ball, webbing of the glove was underneath the baseball. Sure, it changed direction, like it hit the ground, but
yep,
the webbing of the glove was on the ground. So, after looking at that last shot, I believe that that will be ruled a catch.
Okay, ball is in. Is it out of the webbing there, though, on the grass? See what I'm saying? I agree with your front end. But as that play continues, it looks like the ball is on the grass. And whether it comes out of the webbing at that point, I don't know. As it plays through.
Right.
Take a look at this.
All right. Glove.
Okay. Glove. Now, ball on grass. Yes?
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. That's a good point.
See. We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Was it
boy, it happened so quickly.
That one looks like it's under it.
Yeah, and it looks like he secures it. Okay, right? He squeezes the glove. It's closed. He secures it and then brings it up from that angle.
Wow. We'll see. The call on the field is a catch in right field made by the first base umpire DJ Rayburn, and it is still an out. So the Giants fans not happy at all. They saw it on the big board here. They thought they saw the ball hit the grass. We head to the 9th. The Padres trailing by a run. game. And some fight from the Padres in the 8th inning as they come up with a couple of runs off the bullpen for the San Francisco Giants. Andy Green was just talking about that yesterday, and here they do it today and trying to come back to at least tie this game up. They trail by a run heading to the 9th. The closer for the Giants, Casilla, trying to get a 4-out save. Got the final out of the 8th inning and getting Pirela. And now on for the 9th inning and having to deal with the top of the Padres order. Casilla, only 5 career saves of more than an inning. Last one, you got to go back to April of 2013. That was against the Cubs. He went 2 innings to secure that save. John Jay leading it off with Will Myers and Matt Kemp. And in case, Brendan Maurer up in the pen. He's not yet thrown a warm-up pitch, but he is about to. John Jay has been on twice tonight. Single and a walk, a 1-for-3 night. Single in the 3rd produced a run, his 9th RBI of the year.
Well, if you're down by a run and it's your last chance, I don't think there's any other way you'd want it than to have your leadoff guy starting it off.
Got the right people coming up. Myers waiting on deck. Well, Myers earlier in the game extending his hitting streak to 10 games.
Oh,
3-0. See, it didn't like that. Jay takes the strike. Close pitch again, outside, getting it. Strike 2. Casilla battles back. I've been 3-0 now, full count. Jay strikes out. Thought he had ball 4. This time it's a strike at the bottom of the zone. It was not earlier. And it's out number 1 of the 9th.
Well, Casilla's at the point where 3-2. I just got to challenge you, and it's a knee-high fastball. According to Fox Tracks, split the bottom line, the strike zone.
One down here in the 9th inning. Brings up Will Myers. Myers with that single back in the 3rd inning. So Casillas now faced 2 batters. Pirela, the pinch hitter in the 8th, which he struck out. Jade opened the 9th, struck him out. Strike 1.
Oh, he's giving that off the plate just a little bit, huh?
Has been.
Interesting. Breaking ball. Little slider.
Let's look back at our keys to the game tonight.
Brought to you by the Honda dealers of San Diego County, and here they are. Another giant performance for Pomerantz. Well, 4 1/3, 7 hits. He gave up 4 runs, 3 earned, 6 strikeouts, and battle Bumgarner 6 2/3. 114 pitch effort for the left-hander, and the Padres have put together some good battles, not only against Bumgarner but the whole game.
Two and 2. Fastball 95 that misses from Casilla. Being asked to extend over an inning here by Bruce Bochy, looking for 4 outs. He has 2 of them since coming into this game in the 8th. Final out of the 8th, first out of the 9th. 2-2. On the ground right side, Joe Panik at second base. Late arriving at first, but just in time is Brandon Belt. He went after that ball initially, then had to go back to first as he realized it was going to be a ball for the second baseman. He barely made it back in time, and they get Myers 2 down.
Probably kind of an uneasy feeling for Belt because, you know, Will Myers can run a little bit. So when he commits to his right, that's Belt I'm talking about, he's got to stop in his tracks. Look where he's playing. He goes to his right, stop. Now I got to get back to the bag quickly.
And they're going to check this.
Well, was Belt on the bag?
Foot on the bag. And he is out.
I got out.
Yeah, but Padres are going to challenge. Guess you got nothing to lose. You have a challenge in your pocket.
Yeah.
But to us, it looks like it's going to be out number 2 of the 9th.
Yeah, it's when the ball hits the back of the glove, and the ball hit the back of the glove, and he had yet to hit the bag. Okay, foot's on the bag. Ball hits the back of the glove there, and he has yet to touch the bag. Will Myers, that is. Unless they're seeing something we didn't see.
That looks like this was going to be a pretty quick one.
Yeah.
And he remains out. 2 down in the 9th.
And like you said, why not? You've got it in your pocket, right?
Might as well not keep it. Take a chance, nothing else. You had Casilla sitting out there waiting a little while longer. 2 down in the 9th, and it brings up Matt Kemp. Kemp has fouled out, flied out, doubled the last 2 times up. 1 to center, 1 to right, and he has scored 2 runs. 5 home runs on the year for Matt Kemp. Padres trailing by a run. Four for 15 in his career against Casilla. 267. He's never homered often. Ball and a strike. Bochy has gone through 5 relievers after his starter Bumgarner gave him 6 2/3 innings. 1-1. Ball 2. Melvin Upton Jr. waiting on deck. If he can find a way to come up here, he's got some good numbers against Casilla, including a home run. Well, it's going to take something from Kemp to get to Melvin Upton Jr. To left field, Pagan coming in. That's going to be a base hit. We will see Melvin Upton Jr. So Kemp on his 3rd hit of the night, a single to left field here in the 9th. First base runner to reach against Casilla, who retired the first 3 that he faced since coming in.
Can you say battle?
This is a battle.
Battle at bat for Matt Kemp. He will gladly sacrifice that shillelagh. Sounded like a snappage, and he is aboard. That's getting those hands through and fighting off that Casilla 2-seamer, setting it up for Melvin Upton Jr.
I think an overall great battle here by the Padres too. Not going quietly tonight. 2 in the 8th, and here they are in the 9th with 2 outs. Kemp's got a base hit, and they check on him.
Well, Brandon Maurer heating up. Now Fernando Rodney is up on the hill. If they tie it, it's Maurer. If they take the lead, it's Rodney. Fernando still with the pullover on, just getting that hose loose a little bit.
Bounced in. Posey on a nice pick.
Yeah.
Went to the backhand that time to secure that one. Melvin Upton Jr. singled his last time up. That was in the 8th. Here he is in the 9th. Two and 0.
It's one of those counts as an outfielder. You kind of get your legs loose a little bit, right? In case you have to cover a gap. 2-0 count, fastball count.
Time call. Casilla taking a lot of time here. He's thrown 21 pitches since coming into the game in the 8th inning.
Looks like Denard Span playing a little bit on the deep side center field to prevent him from scoring as Derek Norris waits on deck. Pretty good numbers against Casilla himself.
2-0. That's a strike. Dropped down a little bit there, and it's now 2-1.
Got a call again.
Melvin Upton Jr. shaking his head back in the direction of Bill Welke. Kemp with a short lead at first represents a tying run. Fouled off to the right, and it evens at 2-2. This Giants crowd will come to their feet with 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Two pitch. Fouled back by Upton. John Jay struck out. Will Myers grounded out. Matt Kemp with a single to keep it alive here in the 9th. Melvin Upton Jr.
Slider.
Take strike 3, and that's the ball game. Well, Casilla able to come up with a strikeout that ends the game. The Padres come up a run short. Final score: Giants 5, Padres 4. Padres Live is next. Mike Pomerantz, what's in store?